Hi, folks. Bob Mannery here. You're listening to A2D Radio, real sports talk radio for the fans, by the fans, no agenda. These guys are the best in the business. Hashtag it. No notes.
Old-fashioned remix.
Hi, folks. Bob Mannery here. You're listening to A2D Radio, real sports talk radio for the fans, by the fans, no agenda. These guys are the best in the business. Hashtag it. No notes.
Welcome in, everybody. Real Talk Friday here on A2D Radio. Every show we're brought to you by our doc, Make 'em Yours. That's Dr. Paul Vidal, Specialized Physical Therapy, LLC, Burlington, Cherry Hill, Princeton locations. Find them on the web, specializedphysicaltherapy.com. Packed house tonight. Tom Arnone, Ryan Brodo, Jake Friel, Rob Brinkman, and we welcome a special guest from our friends over at the Sports Box. We got Sports Box Hess. It's Brian Hess in the house. Brian, good to have you. I know I was able to jump on with the guys 2 Tuesdays ago. It was a ton of fun. So we're happy to be doing these crossovers with you guys.
Hey, man, great to be on. Thanks for having me. Looking forward to some great sports talk some Eagles, Sixers, and everything else. Let's do it.
Everything mixed in between. Hopefully we got some good things to talk about. I mean, we're looking for positive. That's why we've been talking Sixers so much here, because it's the only positive thing that's about to happen. But we're going to change it up tonight. Wednesday night we open with Sixers, so tonight we'll go a little different. But later on the show, NFL Week 12 predictions. We'll give you some walking around money, picks against the spread. Fan Friday. So something new. I don't know. I'm getting like a kickback.
Same.
All right. Fan Friday. So for the first time, we're actually going to take calls per se. And what you got to do is you got to come in to any of our A2D platforms, inboxes, your email, and what we do is we send you the link. And then you'll end up coming on our bottom screen here, and we're going to add you guys in like callers, throughout the show. But probably let's say 40, 45 minutes in. So you guys can start sending them emails now if you want to, and we'll load them up, and we'll start getting you guys the links out, and we'll let you know when it's open sesame here. All right, so that's going to be a ton of fun. And I know, listen, a lot of people got a lot to say, and it's easy. I tell people all the time, it's easy when you right. You just want to type away. It's easy. It's amateur hour, right? What separates the big boys from the keyboard kids is, can you come on here and really make an argument for whatever statement you have? So if you're going to tell me or anybody here, Jalen Hurts should come in and be the starter this week, right? Then make an argument for it. Make an argument. If you think Carson Wentz should be benched, make an argument. If you think the Sixers are going to stink, like I've heard some people say, or haven't done enough, make the argument, I guess. So you hear a lot of dumb things out there. So we'll get in our Sixers talk as well, and that could be any part. And you can go on about anything you want to, too, in the sporting world. It doesn't have to be Eagles. Anything. It doesn't have to be just Philly, right? It can be national, whatever. Everything's on the table. Sixers talk, right? Obviously, some things today. Corky, I know people get all upset about that. Corky brought back 1-year deal, guaranteed money, so he'll be on this roster most likely. And Justin Anderson signed a 2-year deal with semi-guaranteed money this year. Sort of weird deal. I don't know. I don't understand that deal, but we'll talk about that when we get into the Sixers. So that's some updates there. And we'll talk about, we keep talking about where we think this team's going to be. Well, this roster is sort of shaking out to what we think it's going to be. So now guns are at everybody's head. Now I want real predictions, because the roster sort of looks like this is most likely what it's going to be. There might be another small move, like we talked about the other night, maybe like a Lou Williams, and I call it small because you're not going to be giving up a ton, right? I don't think the big deal is in the making for this team, but a small one, sure. We'll talk Sixers. Eagles, Seahawks preview. We'll give you our score predictions, offensive, defensive players of the game, and like we do every week, you nail it, $100 free A2D merch. So you nail the score, and your offensive, defensive player of the game, that's your separator. That's your tiebreaker. Okay, if anybody does tie. Nobody's got a score right yet this year. That's how bad we all been. You know what I mean? I don't think anybody on A2D or probably other platforms out there, I can't speak for you guys, but I know for us, I don't know how many score predictions we've hit here, because you want to be positive, and There's been nothing to be positive about. So our poll question is going to be, we're going to really determine your positivity. And it's brought to you by Ambuck Services. Find them on the web at ambuckservices.com. 20% off. All you got to do is tell them the boys from ATV sent you. Gutter guards, gutter installations. They got you covered. The Philadelphia Eagles will finish with 5 wins or less this season. You agree or disagree? Let us know. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch. That's where we're live. Everywhere you get your podcasts, we're there as well. Like, subscribe, follow, download, comment in, call in per se tonight. All right, Fan Friday, call in, get things off your chest with us. So remember, send your emails to any A2D radio inbox on any social platform, and we'll send you out the link. So the poll, the Philadelphia Eagles will finish with 5 wins or less this season. Agree or disagree? So that means they got to win 3 games then to get over to 5, right? That's what we're saying here, right? So they got to finish with 5 wins or less. To finish with 5 wins or less, to get over that hump, they got to win. They got to win 3, which I think that's asking a lot. I think that's asking a ton, right? Now, can they get to 5? Oh my God. I like to be positive here. I don't know where I see a win at. I don't know where I see a win on the schedule. I'm not a guy who looks in front, looks ahead in the schedule. I hate schedule predictions before the season starts. We do them, but I hate them. They drive me crazy because nobody knows. Nobody knows anything. That's the great thing about all sports. When it comes down to like week in, week out, you don't know most of the time or 16 weeks later who's going to be healthy on what team. So it's hard to do sometimes. But I don't know where right now this team's good enough to beat anybody. Anybody. Right? I mean, losing Lane Johnson is just the last punch to the gut when it comes to the Philadelphia Eagles. Like losing him for the season is a knockout blow to me. This team, their record indicates how good they are when he starts and when he plays, and their record indicates how bad they are when they don't. I don't know what Doug Peterson is going to get better design. I don't know how wide receivers are going to get more separation as the season goes on. I don't know how my offensive line is going to hold up as this season goes on. They haven't held up good this year. I don't know if my quarterback is going to be decisive game in, game out. I don't know if he's going to continue to turn the football over at an alarming rate. I don't know if any of that stuff's going to come to an end. I'm the king of how resilient this group's been for the X amount of years. I cannot continue to talk about resiliency when the last 2 games didn't look like the definition of resiliency. That looked like the definition of going backwards as an organization. It looked like an organization ready to blow some things up, and everybody knows what I want blown up, and it starts with Howie Roseman. But that doesn't matter right now. So the poll, I disagree. They will finish with 5 wins or less. Agree or disagree that the Eagles will finish with 5 wins or less? I'm disagreeing. You know what I mean? Or I'm agreeing. Sorry. I'm agreeing that they don't get the 5. That poll question is a little tricky right there. The Eagles will finish with 5 wins or less this season. So I'm gonna agree to it. I'm gonna agree. I don't know how they're even getting the 5. So I was like, where's the next one? I don't know. So we're gonna start with Brian. Brian's our guest tonight, and we'll go to him and see where he stands on it. But because I already know where you guys are at. I don't know where Brian is. I haven't talked to Brian enough to know where he stands. Maybe he's different. Maybe he's the guy I need to bring me back. I don't know. I need somebody to bring me back because the glass is usually full all the time and it's empty. There's not even a sip, right? I say it all the time. There's not even a sip in this cup. So what do you say to the poll? The Eagles will finish with 5 wins or less this season.
Listen, you might be looking for some positivity, but you ain't going to get any from me because, sorry to say, I don't think they win maybe more than 1 game the rest of the season. And it's tough because, listen, you brought up preseason record predictions, right? I had this team as a 6-win team coming into the season. All right, they just didn't have the roster that was good enough to be anything better than maybe a 500 team at best. And it's funny because the way I thought it was going to go was Carson Wentz was going to be better this year and the rest of the roster was going to be terrible. Carson Wentz is the main reason why they're not a good football team. I mean, just mentally, the guy I don't know. He has no confidence in himself. He has no confidence in his offensive line. He has no confidence in his receivers. I don't think you ever get back to that 2017 Carson Wentz. I mean, the injury took away his physical, what he can do physically, the athleticism. You're just never going to see that again. And Doug just doesn't put him in the right positions to succeed. He doesn't have the pocket presence. He has no footwork. The defenses are keying in on his fumble problems, the fact that he has a long delivery. This DBs can just sit back and wait for him to telegraph his throws now. I just don't foresee Carson Wentz being able to get back to that 2017 form. Can he get right mentally? I hope so. Because Jalen Hurts, look, I bashed the pick tremendously when it was made because you bring in a backup quarterback for a guy that just signed an extension the previous offseason. Like, that drove me crazy. I wanted Howie Roseman fired on the spot. But now it doesn't look like maybe that's so bad of a pick, because are we starting to see maybe Carson Wentz get benched here? Because you listen to Doug Peterson's press conference and he's not so sure anymore. He says Carson Wentz is a starter for Monday, but it wasn't. He wasn't so sure. If you pay attention, it was like he was kind of dancing around the question a little bit. So are we going to start to see Jalen Hurts more in this offense? Is he going to start to get a series or two in these games? Who knows? I don't think he's ready. I don't think he should see the field until at least next year. And he can stop with these gadget plays that they keep putting in there for him, because they just don't work. Okay, defenses know when he's in the game, he's going to run an option play and he's going to keep the ball 90% of the time. You can knock that nonsense off. I'm ready to see what the kid has. But I'm glad they put Mailata back at left tackle, because Jason Peters is just old. He just don't have it no more, and you can't keep putting a turnstile left tackle. You got to see what this kid has. You got to start looking forward to seeing what you can use, what pieces you can use for next year, because this year's down the tube, guys. I'm done with them.
No, it's fair. Everything you said's fair. And there was no you bashing Carson Wentz. That's just how you feel about him too. Like, there's people who bash him, and there's people who just say, listen, I can't run from what I've watched this year. I'm weird with it. I don't run from anything I watched this year. I put a lot on him. And I know when you pay a guy $100 million, he's there to make up for your flaws. Really. I mean, Donovan McNabb made up for flaws, getting paid $100 million. I mean, not without getting paid $100 million. Made up for flaws on an offense consistently here in Philly and got crushed week in, week out. And all he did was win games. So, I watched that and dealt with that all throughout growing up when it came to Donovan McNabb. I was a big 5 guy, and I'm a big 11 guy. But guess what? I mean, listen, the sample size this year is atrocious. It's not good enough. I don't care. I don't care if us 5 are out there catching balls and blocking, right? I need you in big moments. That's where you gotta shine. Like that Giants game, I don't care what you did for 3 quarters. I really don't. Right? You get paid for what you do in the 4th. You get paid for what you do with a game on the line. That's what you pay your quarterbacks for in the National Football League, in my opinion. You pay for them in the big spots. Now, you're not paying a guy to go throw 3 picks in the first 3 quarters. You know what I'm saying? But when you're in a game is when you pay your big-time players to make plays. And he did that in that Giants game. It feels like 17 months back, but it was only a couple weeks ago. He did that. And I expected that for this football team to grow from that and for him to grow from it like he did last year. And he hasn't. And I don't blame everything on him either, because, Brian, to your point, this roster isn't good enough. This team's not good enough. Nobody's helping each other out. Okay. From when you go this south, it's top to bottom south and roster south. That means everything isn't good enough right now. Everything. There's nothing that you can say, hey, that guy's been good enough besides Brandon Graham and Jason Kelsey's tough. Okay. I mean, literally, Darius Slay's played pretty good, right? But great. That's not enough guys to win your football games. That's not enough guys. You know what I mean? I got to start naming 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 guys that I believe play good football to win football games at this level. All right, I got to be, and this roster doesn't have it, but it's not an excuse for him either. It's not an excuse for poor play. It's not an excuse for sloppy play. It's not an excuse for any of that. This is what I will say. I think Doug's messing with him, messing with the media a little bit. I don't think he's thinking about putting them down. But what I will say is I will say on Monday, if he struggles and struggles bad, I don't think he has a choice. And I don't think he has a choice for that game. And you can give Carson the start and roll back next week. I think accountability is huge. Donovan got held accountable here. Sometimes it's okay. It's not all your fault. And internally, maybe the whole organization knows it's not all your fault. But come have a seat. Come have a seat for 2 quarters then. That's okay. That's okay. That shouldn't ruin somebody. That shouldn't be enough to ruin you for the rest of your career. The 2020 softness drives me insane. Like one little sit down shouldn't ruin you. It didn't ruin Donovan. They came back and went to an NFC title game that year. So, I mean, that's the same team that got your franchise quarterback got benched, and he came back resilient. I want to see that then. Right? I want to see you be able to handle that and come back resilient. So, the poll, the Eagles will finish with 5 wins or less this season. Agree or disagree? I know me and Brian agreed, or he doesn't see, maybe one more win. I don't know how the hell they get 2. Whoever one of you guys want to go next, I don't know. If somebody disagrees and's got this team winning 6, I know the family out there's chiming in. They got him winning 6. I want to know who and how, who and how. And I hate to be Mr. Negadelphia here, but who and how, please. And whoever wants to go next, go ahead.
With me, I'm going to agree. Obviously, I think earlier today we kind of got like a little boost of confidence, right? They're moving Jason Peters over back to right guard, moving Jordan Mailata back to left tackle. And then about like an hour or so later, get like the Mike Tyson uppercut to the face when you think everything's going well. Lane Johnson's out for the year now. Apparently his ankle completely collapsed, which is pretty much a microcosm of what's happened this year. But to Brian's point, like to all of Brian's points, I completely agree. From top to bottom, this roster isn't good enough. Carson Wentz hasn't been good enough. His pocket presence isn't there. And again, I know people in the comments are saying he has a terrible offensive line and terrible receivers. But again, you saw this during that 4-game stretch last year to where he did well with a struggling offensive line and terrible, even worse wide receivers than he has this year. So I don't know. I look back at actually earlier today, I looked back at Carson Wentz's game against the Bears in 2017. You just saw like just mechanically he's perfect. He's confident in the pocket. It's just a completely different quarterback. I don't know if it's injuries or anything like that, but a constant theme that I'm seeing from Carson Wentz in these games, and it really bothers me. Even coming off the injury, like when they're down and he's throwing interceptions and he's getting sacked a lot, you see him come to the sideline with his head down. And that's not the kind of body language you want from your franchise quarterback. Now, again, you can get frustrated and stuff like that, and that's fine. But when you put your head down, you're almost admitting defeat. And just his body language, and like I said earlier, his mechanics, everything's just a mess. And I just do not see how you even get a single win the rest of the season.
Okay, well, that's doom and gloom. I mean, I'm doom and gloom. I'm trying to find one. That's the last, knife into the heart right there that we. But yeah, I mean, listen, you're right. I don't. Roster's not good enough. Team's not good enough. Nobody's played good enough. And does he hold on to the ball too long sometimes? Yeah. Does the play design at times hurt him, in my opinion? Yeah. Does the offensive line get blown up? Hurt him. All them things hurt him. All them things affect your quarterback. But what you say is like, he gets shaky in the pocket after the picks. Like after his first pick is when he looks like he forgot how to play football. Mm-hmm. Like it's like that one interception or that one turnover almost shuts him down. Right? That's what I've sort of noticed, like especially in the Cleveland game. I mean, he was 6 for 6. I felt like he was throwing the ball well in terrible conditions. Right? I thought he was throwing the ball pretty well in terrible conditions, like off to a perfect start. And then that pick, which essentially isn't even his fault, right? That pick changed the whole way he approached the rest of the game, in my opinion. It was almost like now he was indecisive about his decision making. Fair? And that's what I'm sort of noticing about him. So the Eagles will finish with 5 wins or less. Agree or disagree? Let us know, fam. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. That's where we're live. Comment in. We'll have you call in shortly here, and we'll start that ball rolling. But to the poll, we have agree. Is anybody disagreeing?
How can you?
I don't know.
How can you?
I don't know.
I got the schedule. I mean, everyone knows we're all Eagles nerds here. We know the schedule by heart. But like Seattle Monday, no. At Green Bay, no. New Orleans at home, no. I don't care. Taysom Hill, Drew Brees.
Jameis Winston,
Jameis Winston, I don't care. Like, they're not winning. At Arizona, no.
shot.
At Dallas, there's your win to get you to 4, and then
whoop-de-doo.
I don't know. And then the Washington football team in week 17.
We might get our doors blown off. Week 17. You kidding me? We got shredded by Dwayne Haskins and week
Washington might have the whole thing wrapped up.
Maybe.
Or maybe they're sitting guys with 5 wins clinched, which is crazy.
You're gonna see Haskins again week 17.
Yeah, right.
But this team just can't do anything right. I mean, you look at the Cleveland game. The Cleveland game was a microcosm of the whole season. It starts good. We get on Doug every week for a year and a half, at least me, not running the ball, doing stupid shit all the time. He runs the ball right down the field, then Miles fumbles. Then a bunch of other stuff happened. Then Wentz throws the pick 6, which I haven't shuddered to think, watch the replay of that game. It just made me sick to my stomach. Just watching that football, I don't care whose fault it was, watching that football go straight up in the air, having a linebacker I've never even heard of, just take the ball and go right down the field. And that was the game. I felt like that was the game. When that guy, whatever his name was, ran down the football field with that ball and scored, that was it. Carson knew it. Doug knew it. The offensive line knew it. The defense knew it. Everyone knew it. Every fan knew it. It was done. It was over. Now Lane's out, which maybe that's a blessing in disguise. Maybe we can get a look at Mailata without any strings attached, which I don't understand what he has to do at left tackle more. Not that he's, a Hall of Famer, but been good enough. I mean, how many times do we have to see Jason Peters get his doors blown off out there to see something new? And then in regards to the quarterback, Tom, you kind of stole my thunder there. 08, it was right around this time. I think it was a Thursday before Thanksgiving. Eagles go down to Baltimore. They look terrible in the first half. Reed pulls the plug on McNabb. He sits down. Now, Cobb didn't do a damn thing to run away with that job. They got their doors blown off. McNabb's right back out there next week, and they go to the NFC Championship game. The time for that type of move, that type of spark, it's not too late because of positioning and mathematics, because of the standings, but it kind of is too late. You look at the schedule, it's just too late. So, I mean, I would love to see this team get the 6 wins and host a playoff game, and that would be a successful season based on what's happened, but we just read it off. The time to pile up wins is over for this team. Now you're running the gauntlet with no offensive line, no defense, an incompetent coach, a running back who wants to bark his mouth all offseason and just fumble after fumble, mistake after mistake. And I want to like Miles Sanders, but he doesn't really give me – every time I'm like, wow, this guy's great, balls on the turf.
Well, what was his issue at Penn State?
Fumbling. That's why he's not a first-round pick. That's why he's not – that's why everyone's like, oh, you can't trade Miles Sanders in a DeAndre Hopkins deal. Why the hell not?
Listen, I love confidence in sport, but the fact that this guy said MVP candidate in the offseason, it's still mind-boggling to me.
First off, look at the history of the award. It's not the MVP award anymore. It's the best quarterback in the league award. You know how many yards a running back would have to rush for to beat out Patrick Mahomes or Aaron Rodgers for an MVP? He'd rush for 3,000 yards. It'd be ridiculous. And in terms of the quarterback situation for this team, then I'll let Brodo go. If you have a bad half and you're getting your doors blown off, well, you gotta give the kid a shot. I mean, maybe it does create a spark. And then Howie Roseman, who seems to be pulling the strings, because I don't think Doug has much say with this team. It doesn't really seem like it. It seems like Howie and Jeffrey Lurie are just superseding him on all these divisions. So maybe if you're down by a lot, either you put Jalen in and you show Howie and Lurie that we're not a QB factory and he looks like shit against a good team, or you get a spark. So, I mean, and it's a shame because I still truly believe that there's a good quarterback deep down inside Carson. I don't know what's going on or what happened or with these turnovers and his confidence. I don't know, but I still truly believe there's a good quarterback in there. Is he 2017 Carson? No, I think that might be his ceiling. And that's not even like a knock, because 2017 Carson, it's one of the greatest quarterback performances over 13 games I've ever seen. That and Vic in this franchise's history, at least. So, like, I don't know what to do, but, like, I can't even get Carson that put it together the last 4 games of last year. That was an okay Carson that did what he needed to do with dog shit receivers to beat the little sisters of the poor and get yourself a home playoff game. I can't even get, like, a slightly above average Carson right now. It's sad to watch, and I don't know where you go with him if he struggles on Monday. I don't know what you do with him.
I know what you do with him. I don't know what that does for him. I know what you do with him for a minute. You bring him down and you hope it you see the game from a different spot and it wakes some things up. That's what you hope. That's what you pray for. That doesn't mean everybody has that in him. I hope he has it. I thought he had it. Like I said, I never run from what my eyes tell me. And the first ball I've ever saw that kid throw was his rookie year in preseason, right? And it was a Rodgers throw rolling out of the pocket. And it was a zip for 25 to the sideline. And everybody who's an Eagles fan remembers it. And you said, woo, we got one. We got one. And that's what it felt like. And then 2016, you saw the glimpses of it, right? We saw glimpses of like, man, yeah, we got our quarterback here. Wait till next year. And that next year, we were all right. We were all right. We were all right. And then what happened? Okay, he gets hurt. That happens in this league. Guys come back from that. Well, listen, Nick Foles stunk the beginning of 2018. So instead of trading him like they should have, they held on to him, right? Okay? Carson then was rushed back way sooner than he should have if he's really your franchise guy and long-term matters. So he comes back early. He tries to put the world on his shoulders, okay? Because now he's coming back early. The team he was carrying won a Super Bowl without him. Now he comes back early after them injuries, tries to put you on his shoulders. We saw how that worked out. He got hurt again with the back. Okay? Then 2019 is the first year it's all him by himself, so to speak. And I thought he was inconsistent at times, but I thought when it mattered most, he got it together. He figured it out. We don't know. We don't have a crystal ball if he doesn't get hit in the head against Seattle. We don't know what happens in the playoff game. But
they 1,000% win that game.
He was playing really good football up until that point. So, and he was healthy for the first time in a full year. So all I'm saying is the same organization that we're saying, I don't know who's pulling what strings anymore, because the same organization that you just said, Rob, that, Jeffrey and Howie and all this are running the show. Well, they're the ones who drafted Jalen Hurts. Howie Roseman's the one who drafted Jalen Hurts. And now you do that after your quarterback has his first full season and really thinks the team's his. You go out and essentially replace him in the second round. So what does that all do? So the whole conversation circle back and then go, right? The whole conversation circle back to the beginning when we talked about after he throws a pick or turnover, he looks shaky, right? He looks shaky. Well, why? You know why? What's back there? And I'm not saying you should internally be better than that, but the track record here makes me understand the look over the shoulder. I understand it. If you never had to look over your shoulder ever in your career, I say, control what you can control. Control what you can control. That's all you can control. But your whole career, after 2017, everybody's wanted in this city somebody else but you for the most part. And then that's what your GM does to you in the offseason after he gives you $100 million. That's why we all, when we made the pick, everybody on this panel and everybody out there was like, what? So what do you think his conversation was at home for X amount of months? You know what I mean? I'm pacing my house. What? I'm still saying what? Like we still said what to this day. We're still saying what? Imagine him. I'm still pacing saying what? So I don't know what the hell to think the reason is, Rob, the way you were saying it, like, you still think it's in there. What happened to him? I don't know. Like, I don't think anybody has that true answer outside of him. Even when Doug was asked, he's like, you got to ask Carson. You know what I mean? Like he wouldn't even answer for him at this point. And they're tied to damn hip. So nobody knows. But Ryan, you got something different? You agreeing?
Absolutely not. No way. No how. I look at it, and listen, I completely agree with what all you guys have been saying, especially in the comments, in the chat. It would be one thing if this quarterback was the only issue. Like, say, for example, everything else was going great. The defense was playing well. The linebacking situation was fine. The second cornerback position was fine. Even if Carson gets it figured out, there's still a long list of things that need to be fixed. You know what I'm saying? And you look at, obviously, we do the schedule thing, and I completely agree. It's tough to really look ahead when you obviously have a game like the Seahawks on Monday, but where are you finding a win? Like, where are we finding 2 wins? I agree, the wins are going to be later in the schedule just because there are also some really bad teams. But say, for example, Carson figures it out. And, you hear Doug Peterson say, hey, we're going to make things even more simple than earlier. We're going to go back and look at tape from 2018, which I don't even know how it's possible to make it even more simple because it seems like he said he was going to make things simple. This is like the 5th time he said it this season. So I say, okay, well, say Carson's good. Say he limits the mistakes. Say he has 3 touchdowns. Okay, and he plays very well for the next 6 games or whatever. Miles Sanders going to figure it out? Is he going to all of a sudden become anything close to what he was last year and learn how to hold on to the ball and learn how to catch a pass again? Is Alshon going to be able to catch one pass or jump for a ball? How about the offensive line? Are they going to be able to stay healthy or I just block anybody? How about the defense? Is the defensive line going to play up to what they've been doing, or, at least what they're being paid to do? Is the second cornerback position not going to be a complete disaster? I mean, I can keep going because it all equates to what we've seen so far. And I completely agree with, okay, do we bench Carson? Do we give him a long leash? Everything. We talked, Tom, I know you, me, Jake, we talked about it on one of the Friday shows like 6 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. It was coming off of the 49ers game, one of the games we actually won. And I was talking about how on the broadcast, I believe it was Aikman, he was talking about how Doug Peterson was alluding to, and this, by the way, was when Carson was playing well, that he wanted to introduce these Jalen Hurts drives just to give a new look to the offense. Even if Carson's playing well, just to do a whole, different revamp, just to give the defenses more chances to guess at what's coming. If anything, do one of those, because if you're alluding to it and you're telling the commentators when Carson's playing well in like week 4, week 5, hey, we might go to this. Well, now your quarterback is struggling. He's literally one of the worst quarterbacks in the league right now. So if you're not going to bench him, shouldn't we be seeing more of Hurts? And I'm not saying it because I'm a Jalen Hurts guy. I'm saying it because it's different. It's something else. And every single week, go ahead.
Not even about him. Your offense can't score over 24 freaking points. So yes. It's not even about Carson Wentz. It's about, we talked about, let him have a drive. Let him have a drive. When you're sputtering, let him have a drive. Like, is it about winning football games or is it about catering to the whole world? Like, what is it about? I mean, this isn't AAU sports. It's not about catering to mommy and daddy. It's about winning games. So when you can't score, that's on you to figure out a way to score. And if that's run some RPOs and do some different things, then do it. But you can't just go missionary through the whole thing and put a kid in for one play a game and expect like that's going to light a spark of any sort to your offense. Like, that's just stupid to me. It's almost I don't know. That's what bothers me the most. If you're gonna,
what's he thrown? One pass?
Maybe 2
whole season.
Yeah, I think 2. I think he's 2 for 2.
I think he's 1 completion. He had a sweet. I think it was the Steelers game.
Yeah,
he had a sweet 3-step drop and he hit some guy on a seam and then he went right to the bench. Mm-hmm. Like, okay, if you want to make a spark, like, it makes a good throw. He does good. Keep him in there. And if you're going to stop putting Carson Wentz at fucking receiver, like, if you're going to put Jalen Hurts in, put Jalen Hurts in, let Carson watch. Stop putting Carson Wentz split out wide so you can do some home run throwback BS that everyone and their mother is expecting on that look. Just stop. It just makes me mad. I hate that look. Just take him out.
Listen, I agree with you, take him out. I mean, but they don't do anything to change. It's all for show. I mean, everything's for show. I mean, you run a jet sweep 5,000 times a game and you never hand it in somebody's belly. So what's the receiver running for? You might as well tell him, hey, just walk across. Just come walking. Don't even run. Just come walk in slow motion like you're 90, and because we're handing in the running back's belly anyway. We never put it in the jet sweep's hand ever. So like nothing they do, everything they do is smoke and mirrors. It's like, oh, I'm just gonna keep showing you it's gonna look cool, but it doesn't work.
And then if I see one more bubble screen to Greg Ward instead of my first round pick, Jalen Reagor.
Yep.
I mean, what are we doing? Jalen Reagor is a 5th wide receiver on the Chiefs or the Packers or whatever good team you want to insert. Like Greg Ward he's not that good.
Nope.
They put him back there at punt returner. I don't know why. Jalen Reagor, one of the reasons you take him in the first round is because he can play special teams. He can break a game open with his speed, allegedly, even though I haven't seen it yet. All I've seen him is get hurt in a non-contact training camp and tear his thumb ligament somehow in practice, where you don't even really practice.
Rob, isn't it ironic too? Because they say on draft night, hey, and I'm not ripping the kid. I'm just going again. I'm just going by their words because unfortunately it's echoed in our friggin' minds like a damn nightmare ever since. Wasn't it them who said, hey, we drafted this kid because he can help us with the screen games and the double reverse games and the return games? Like, I didn't say that. You guys said that. So if you said it and you felt so highly of him, why have we literally not seen it once? Like,
I mean, you put him back there against Washington in the first game, and he whatever, he got scared, he got nervous, first punt return ever in the NFL. He dropped the ball. He jumped right on it. I haven't seen him return a punt since. Like, come on.
You drafted a gadget guy who can't gadget.
And then I have to watch Justin Jefferson do the gritty dance every week. I have to watch.
He can't separate though.
No, he can't. He can't. I blocked a couple people who tried telling me that. I got so sick.
He's only a slot receiver, right? He's only a slot guy.
Yeah, watching. Like, do you watch the games? It's because, and I'm not ripping Chucks because Chucks is like Mr. All.
You wouldn't be the first.
20, he's Mr. All 22, and there's all people that subscribe to All 22, and that's all fine and good. If you watch a guy, you could watch me run routes long enough on All 22, and you're like, oh wait, like he kind of does this kind of good if I watch it in slow motion for the 85 millionth time. Like, come on, I gotta watch Michael Pittman go off every week. Justin Jefferson's doing a new touchdown dance every week. T. Higgins, Brandon Ayuk is jumping over our guys. Someone jumps over an Eagles defender. Someone jumps over an Eagles defender every week.
Yep. Just
hurdles them. Whether it's Alex Singleton or Avonte Maddox or whatever scrub we have out there. But I'm watching, and then you can look at A.J. Brown, DK Metcalf. You come away with Whiteside. Like, these skill guys in college, they're translating quicker and quicker and quicker because of the way the professional game is becoming like the college game from an offensive standpoint. And we can't get a guy who can sniff the field. Now, I'm not giving up on Reagor at all. I like the pick. It was like a B- pick.
Yes.
But I mean, like it's hard for me to sit there with a Bud Light in each hand on Sunday watching all these guys just go off from the last two drafts, and we got nothing. We got Whiteside and Reagor. And, like, I don't care about 5 years from now. I don't care about 3 years from now. It's just like, Tommy, you get some love on the dial this morning from friend of A2Ds. He's been on the show a lot of time. He hosted the morning show, Jason Martinez. He used your Facebook post about Carson Wentz's stats through his first 56 games or whatever. Like, I don't care in 2008 and 2020 what he did in 2017. I don't care.
I can't care. Then I can't care about just what I want to care about. You know what I mean? Like, that's not fair. Like, I can't just care about what I want to care about. Like, oh well, I love when people do this with stats all the time. Well, if you take out this, what do you mean take it out?
You can't.
Don't take it away. Nothing is taken away off your resume. Then I'm gonna take out these 10 games. I'm good. You know what? 2 years from now, I'm gonna wipe away this 10-piece nugget. I'm just gonna wipe it away in 2 years from now and say, you know what? Them 10 games, they really didn't count though. If you take them out, look at what he did.
If he goes back to somewhat what he looked like in 2018, the end of last year, in 2017, I'm not expecting him to do that really ever again. Like, we see in baseball. Tony, I know you're a baseball guy. I don't know what your guys' fandom of baseball is. But like you see guys just pop for a year. They pop for 162, and that's their career year. Sometimes they get paid on it. Like that was Carson Wentz's career year until he proves me otherwise. That doesn't mean he can't, right the ship and have a career like he had at the end of last year.
No, you're not wrong. Let's pull back the negative stuff for a second here, and let me ask you something.
What about that was negative?
Nothing about you. We've all been negative, Rob. So shut up. I'm not talking about you. I've been negative the whole time here. 40 minutes in, I don't think there's been a positive thing said, and rightfully so. So I didn't expect kumbaya and peaches and cream tonight or over the last couple weeks. We're going to pull back the negative stuff, and we're going to try to look for a positive. And how the hell does his football team win this division? How would this football team win this division? Like, what needs to happen in everybody's eyes for this football team to say, oh, you know what? We're all going to go win 2 more games or 3 more games, and we are going to win this division.
How the other 3 teams will need to.
No, that doesn't count as an answer.
The other 3 teams will need to, opt out for the season. That's my. I mean
that's extreme.
No, I'm being facetious.
Yeah, I understand. How about you roll Carson out every week? I got to do a better job rolling Carson out.
Yes.
Hey,
More
there
than
we
twice a
go.
game,
Why
please,
didn't you
dog.
roll Carson out? Oh, I got to do a better job. Carson, why'd you throw that pick? Why'd you hold the ball too? I got to do a better job.
Whenever I see that in a press conference, I shut it off immediately. I'm like, I know where
When
this
does
is going.
hindsight needs to start becoming foresight. Like you get be ahead of the curve. That's how you win.
Rob, I'll be ahead of this curve with you, okay? Okay, babe.
You just asked how they can win the division.
Stop talking to me about pressures. I don't care. It's like watching politicians talk. I don't care. Nobody's ever going to tell me what's really going on. Over this past 4 years, yeah, we got told a lot what's really going on. But besides that, no politician ever tells you the truth about nothing. So the head coaches in sports in the National Football League are all the same way for the most part. They tell you nothing. They say, we got to do a better job. We got to do better. Everybody's got to do better when they lose. None of them come out and say, I think we're right there. You know what I mean? When you've been this bad, like they had nothing to say because they have no answer to it. And it's all political. Like nobody says anything anymore. And when they do, it's like, it's headline news. So, Doug, it's so boring and so missionary and pressers. That's why I think he joked around Wednesday with like, what do you mean, Wednesday or you mean Monday? You know what I mean? When about the press or whatever they asked about Carson. Like, I feel like he's bored because he stinks at his job. So now he's bored and just wants to be cute now. Now you want to be cute. Like, I don't like his cuteness either. Don't be cute. All right, we're 3-6-1. I got no time for anybody on a Wednesday. Oh, on a Wednesday we're gonna be a smart ass. Not time to be a smart ass, Doug. All right, it's the time we're trying to figure out how to win games, and I supported the hell out of you. And you're going, you mean on Wednesday or Monday? Because Wednesday right now, Carson's my starting quarterback. Monday? We're not on Monday yet. What, dude? Shut up. What are you doing? Then pull the plug on him then. If you don't believe, you know what I mean? Then pull it them because you're not gonna. I can't anymore. So. Brian, you said the same thing, Brian. You said they got to roll them out. It's the only thing you see different that they can do to maybe win this division.
More than twice a game is because that's what Doug's been doing. I mean, Carson Wentz has proven like he's better when he's on the move, out of the pocket, and he's designed rollouts 2-3 times a game max. Like, really? He has proven that is where he is best at, and you keep him in the pocket 95% of your pass plays. It boggles my mind. Like, yes, we are ragging on Carson Wentz left and right here, but like, I think equal or more of this blame needs to be put on Doug Peterson because what has happened to him as a play caller? I don't understand. His offense has gotten so vanilla. You talked about the jet sweeps where they don't even hand it to the receiver. They're basically just running them across the formation. I mean, our pass run ratio is awful. In the Cleveland game, 14 times Miles Sanders runs the ball. 9 times, they ran the ball 9 times on that first drive. They look phenomenal the first drive. They fumble. He fumbles the ball there, but like I'm like, okay, we're going to run the ball here. We're going to establish the run, like get out and get out into a lead and establish dominance on the line of scrimmage. 2 carries, 2 in the second half, 2. No good. That's no good. Like, God, I want this team to do so well, but at the same time, like if they just lose out, like okay, Doug's gone. Hopefully, Howie, like we just got to start over. And I hate to say that as an Eagles fan because I live and die with this team. I live and die with each win and loss every week. But, like, something's got to change here because this is just not a good enough product. And the only thing you have to hang your hat on, you want to look for some positivity. Maybe they can make a run at the end of the year because the last 2 seasons, that's what they've been able to do. They've been able to make a run at the end of the season. But so much has to change. Like, Doug's got to figure it out quick. Carson's got to figure it out even more. Like, and I just don't see it. But like I said, last two seasons, they've been able to make runs at the end of the season. Yes, they've gotten help from other teams, but they've been able to do it and sneak into the playoffs.
Yep.
Brian, you're spot on. And we talked about this a lot. I'm sure you guys have too. With the Doug Peterson thing, it's clear. And it's okay. Like, it's not even a shot at Doug because it happens. The best coaches need this. He needs help. Everything went wrong when he thought, hey, I don't need another voice in the room. I'll be the offensive coordinator and the head coach. And now you're seeing, hey, and I'm not making it a Frank Reich thing. It's about, hey, sometimes we need another voice in the room. And the guys they brought in, the Marty Morningways and all these other, they're clearly not getting it done. So I don't want to hear when people say like, oh, well, Marty Morningway's really the offensive coordinator. No, he's not. If he is, then you need to be firing him 5 weeks ago. You know what I'm saying? It's very clear that sometimes you just need help, and it's okay. So is this season going to result in him losing play calling opportunities? Maybe, but I think we can all agree on one thing. There's so many changes that need to happen, but we need to get back to, hey, Doug, just bring in an offensive coordinator. It's fine. It's okay. Like, we don't look down on you. It's literally an NFL thing. There's always been an offensive coordinator. It's okay.
Right. If he's back next year, I think he gets overrode on that by Jeffrey Lurie too. Like, I think if he's back next year, I mean, Jeffrey already showed you this all season. They had no problem, pulling the rug right out from under him. I mean, He did it 24 hours after he said guys are coming back. Bam. Like, either he wasn't telling the truth or there's a disconnect, right? And I don't know which one it is, but when there's smoke, there's usually fire. And to me, that day right there, to Brian's point, where he didn't like this roster from the beginning of the year, but that day right there made me nervous about this season. Right then and there, that day right there made me nervous about what's coming up, because then I'm like, wait. So who's got final decision draft day? Who's got really final decision on free agency? Does Doug Peterson and Jim Schwartz, who are football guys, that have any say in draft and who's getting drafted on draft day? Do they have any say on who gets brought in here in free agency? Or is it a one-man show there? And is our egos getting too much involved on all levels of this team, right? From our GM to our coaching staff. Because to Ryan's point, guys, you don't have an offensive coordinator. That sort of smells like an ego to me. That sort of smells like I'm the smartest guy ever. I don't need one. But come on, man. I mean, you got to have somebody there with you, because even the greats say, you know what? I'm struggling. Go call for a quarter. But we're talking about sitting our quarterback down for a half. He won't even sit his own ass down. He won't even sit his own ass down for a quarter. Andy Reid sits his own ass down for a quarter at times and gives Eric Bieniemy the sheet, right? All coaches do. They give the other guy the sheet. I struggled last week. You start this game off. Or how about this, guys, that we've seen forever? A slow starting football team for years, right? Even though Mike Rowe was here, he didn't call any plays. But how about through the process outside of Frank? How about at some point you say, hey, you know what, take this for a quarter.
Yes.
To somebody. Because we don't start off well. So here, you start the first quarter this time.
And Tom, you're spot on, because with your point with the pressers, with him getting cute, number one, that's a big ego thing, especially when, what was it, week 5, he was telling the reporters, hey, you guys can't say anything because I was the quarterback in the NFL and you weren't. You've got like 3 kind of, levels to this. He better, he honestly, and I'm not saying this, I mean, these are the reports, so, it's out there. Nobody's predicting this. He's got to be really careful for the next handful of games, because if he continues down this stretch, he might cost himself his job. And we saw this with the Sixers. Different, obviously, because the writing was on the wall with Brett Brown. But like with everyone saying, hey, Carson Wentz is going to get traded, if we continue to see signs that Doug is the issue or one of the big issues, and we already know, hey, he's probably not making the big-time calls, people are going above him, Jeffrey Lurie and Roseman could be like, hey, we're going to bring back the same guys, but bring in a new, staff to really get our quarterback back in, because we're not trading him anytime soon. So, like I said, personally, what I think right now, it would be a mistake getting rid of Doug instead of, just giving him an offensive coordinator or alleviating some play calling duties. Yeah, like I'm not going full fired yet, even though anyone who says that is justified. But he's got to be real careful. He does. Because as we've heard, Jeffrey Lurie's pissed.
No, yeah, he is pissed. Well, two things. One, I'm going to answer what I think they can do to win the division. And then the second, I want to play a little game with you guys on who has to go. Like you have to pick one or two people, and they have to go from this organization. So we'll play a little game, even on the roster. We'll just play a little game like stay or go quickly, and then we'll get in the some of our Sixers talk, and then we'll take some calls here. Or calls per se. You guys got to send us your emails, and we'll send you out the link, and you can come on camera, or you can come on like this with your camera, and you don't got to show your face. That's fine too. Whatever works for you guys. But what can they do? I think Rob, Brian, they both said it is move them, and he needs to move himself too. Like so, yes, part of it is on Doug. I need you to get some more rollouts. The other is on Carson. I need you to move, dude. I need you to start escaping pockets. I need you to start moving around and saying, you know what? And I know he did that earlier on in the year, but like he hasn't really done that much. I feel like he's been trying to stay in the pocket. But like when your team's going bad offensively is when I need you to get a first down for your football team, right? Where you escape and go crush a defense for 10 yards because they're backbreakers on third and 9. Your quarterback escapes and runs for a first down. They're backbreakers for defenses around football. So, like, at some point, you need to be able to do that, too, and move around. I mean, Mahomes, Russell Wilson, all the likes that are mobile guys make so many guys get big plays because defenses break down. That's what he did a lot of in 2017, too, is his escapability helped him make big plays. Well, right now, I don't know. Like, I felt like earlier on in the year, tell me if I'm wrong, guys, I thought his escapability looked better, right? I feel like as the season's going on, he's taking the hits. It's almost like now it's like, I don't know. He doesn't really want to move too much outside of the pocket himself. It's weird to me. I don't know. But that's the only thing I could see offensively for this football team. They start to be more competitive. Defensively, I mean, they gotta get some help in their offense. I mean, and they need to stop letting a team score right after we score every freaking time for freaking 10 weeks, 11 weeks, whatever it's been. Every week we score and we feel like we're back in the game, and it's like, what was it this week, guys? 40-yard pass right after. It was like play action for 40 or 50. I don't know. I can't even keep track anymore of it. And then the next thing is a little stay or go. So the first one I'll ask you guys, Howie Roseman, Doug Peterson. One's got to stay, one's got to go.
Howie
gone.
Yeah, Howie.
Howie gone.
Doug's not going anywhere. Like, he's not getting fired after the season.
Maybe.
No.
If they don't win it, what if they don't win another game?
Whatever you want to bet.
What if they don't win another game?
I think Doug's more likely to get fired than Howie is, because I think Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman are like this. You know
exactly.
What I mean?
Yep.
Well, neither of them. Jeffrey Lurie's soft. He's soft. He's softer than Charmin toilet paper. He's a soft owner. It's just the way it is. And the fact that he took the reins from Howie Roseman and gave him to a lunatic and Chip Kelly, and it backfired in his face, is only going to make him softer this time around. Doug's not going anywhere.
Oh, that lunatic.
Howie's not going anywhere.
Sorry, that lunatic drafted better. I mean, the same lunatic who, he was a lunatic, all right, but all his picks, all his picks were the main reason we won a Super Bowl. It's almost like he had no part in it, but all his picks did. Like, you know what I mean? All his picks did. That little stretch of Zach Ertz.
But he had a ready-made offense. He had all the skill position players to make his gadget offense work. He had all the gadget players. They got rid of them all.
Coach, we're not talking about him, the coach. Or is getting rid of all them guys and thinking he's the smartest guy. No, I agree with all that. But in terms of the draft, I thought that's the only thing he did do good, and it saved Howie Roseman, because when he came back, he had a roster that was competitive again, and it wasn't even really his roster because he was in a closet. And then he comes back, he wins the Super Bowl. To Brian's point, I think him and Jeffrey and Howie are so tight. But I also feel like, I don't know if Jeffrey and Doug are tight. I would assume they are. I would assume when you go to the playoffs every year, the last 3 years, and you win a Super Bowl, that you get that extra year. You get one more year if you don't make the playoffs, right? Like if you don't make the playoffs this year, you get next year. But if next year, hey, if we're in this situation again, that's where you come in and lay the hammer down. So, to me, I'm gonna go right with you guys. I'm gonna say Howie too, because I can't stand him. You know what I mean? I don't like letting money guys handle my draft days. I can't.
Every team has a Howie Roseman that handles the money.
So give him his job back down there.
Yeah, fine.
You need to bring in a Joe Douglas type again to handle the football. You need a football mind in there. Somebody somebody from amateur scouting, something. Because this guy cannot make the football decisions. Let him make all the money decisions, the trade decisions. Do not touch the draft, please.
Right. What do we see, guys? Brian, all you guys, what do we see? And we were watching with Mike Mayock and the Oakland Raiders, right? We're watching a guy who knows how to draft, and watch how fast you get a roster better. Like, look how fast, essentially, because the NFL's hard sometimes, because he went total, hey, we're just going to build it up through the draft, right? They totally went that direction. And usually that takes a while sometimes to compete, especially like Derek Carr's good to me. He's not great. He's good. He's a good quarterback, right? So it's not like you have like that franchise guy that's going to happen quicker. But you can see he drafts great. He studies the draft. He's a draft guy. You went out, and I'm not saying go pull somebody. I'm not telling you go pull Mel Kiper. I'm just saying, like, he's a draft guy. So look how good he does in the draft. I mean, look how important that is to a roster, right? To filling out a roster, right? Well, he hasn't filled out a roster good in a while in terms of his draft picks. I mean, it's continued misses. So to me, he should go. Doug should say if one has to stay, one has to go. The next one, I'll go right to because I know a lot of people will get fired up about this one. Carson Wentz, Jalen Hurts. Not that that's realistic that one's going. Either one are going right now, but one stays, one goes. Just curious.
Yeah, Hurts gone.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I said it earlier in the show. I believe that there's a good quarterback deep within. It's deep down there right now because he lost, has no confidence. I don't know what the deal is, but Carson Wentz is a good quarterback. I still believe that. So Hurts gone.
I gotta say Wentz is gone, and it breaks my heart because I defended Carson Wentz versus Nick Foles when there was that big debate. I said Wentz is a guy. Hurts was drafted. I said Wentz is still a guy, and then I see what's on the field this year, and the money that's going to be starting. He's going to start getting paid next year. They have an opt-out after next year, and they can get out from a lot of money. I gotta say, Wentz goes.
So you think he's done? You think that
I think
he's not good? Like he's done.
There's a reason they drafted Jalen Hurts in the second round.
Because I think. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I think that he had Nick Foles looking over his shoulder in 2018. They paid him. Before 2019, they said, "This is your team. We just gave you an extension. Have at it." He like Tom said earlier, totally inconsistent, and played well the last 4 games against subpar opponents. Sad that we didn't get to see him play most of that Seattle game because of the clown he hit. We don't know what would have happened. We like to think that they would have won that game. I think they took a look at that season and said, maybe this isn't our guy moving forward. Maybe we made a mistake because he should have had 0 distractions last year. 0.
10 seconds after they give him all that money, it's just they have questions. What's that? I mean, it just goes to – then you go back –
I'll tell you what it is, Rob. It's the guy running the show. All right?
I know, but we just talked about Mike Mayock. Tommy, we just talked about Mike Mayock. Look at what he drafts. They are big school, Clemson, Ohio State, Alabama's, guys that I flip on the TV at 8 o'clock Saturday night on ABC that are on 100 yards, 10 tackles, 3 sacks in a game. And part of me thinks Howie Roseman drafts Jalen Hurts. Oh, you think we need SEC guys? You think we need Justin Jefferson? Look at this. Let me show you. Let me show you how much you guys know and how smart I am. I'm taking Rager. I'm taking Hurts. I'm taking Davion Taylor, who, where's he?
Don't start right now, please.
Who's he?
Oh, he's there. He's out in the field. Just ain't going to make any plays.
Yeah, apparently he plays like 50% of the snaps a game.
Oh, Christ.
Had to look it up.
You would never know.
Yeah, you never know.
I had to look it up. But, like, I mean, I can't watch what I've seen over the first 3 years of his career and think that this guy is just a dud going forward.
Mm-hmm.
I
Rob,
can't.
Your thing, Rob, to your thing is, and the Lions thing, they believe last year, though, even though all the injuries happened, they still believe, like Howie always still believes he's the smartest guy in the room, so he always believes his roster's good enough, right? So I don't know why he would not believe in him right there. I don't know if they gave him the $100 million because they knew over in 2 years from now that's going to be a cheaper money for a franchise quarterback. If they did want to move him, I don't know, because that dude always wants to be a couple steps ahead. And I don't know. I really truthfully don't know. All I know is if you draft a quarterback in the first 2 rounds, you expect that guy to play. So I don't know how not saying year one, but I don't know how that works. Like, what do you sit him on the bench for 3 years and then in the 4th year he plays? That's how you're doing that? Like, that doesn't make sense to me either, because it's not like Carson's 30 years old. So the whole thing, none of it makes sense to me. Not a little bit. Besides, hey, he got hurt again, and in their eyes, you know what? We paid him and everything, but we need an insurance policy. That's the only thing that would make logical sense, and I still hate it. That would make logical sense is if he gets hurt again, because we have such an investment in him, that we need to put an investment behind him. And it finally took me to right now to actually think like that and think like that's how they could think. They could think like that. Like, everything we think they think could be totally wrong, and they could think, oh, no. This is just a guy that we believe, if he does get hurt, it's better than Nate Sudfeld. So we're going to invest in it because maybe in 4 years he can play. Because that's every pick they ever pick. Every pick is, like you said, Rob, earlier on, 5 years from now. 5 years from now would be good when he's not here, right? Like Sidney Jones. 5 years from now would be good when he's not here, right? Nelson Aguilar. 5 years from now, he'll be catching 8 touchdowns on the year, right? 5 years from now, somebody else will be gone, right? And we're talking about, like, 5 years from now, next year, Derek Barnett might not be here. He'll probably go have 10 sacks somewhere. Hasn't had double-digit sacks since he's been drafted, Reggie White. Hasn't had double-digit sacks since Reggie White's been drafted from Tennessee. Okay, he'll go have double digits somewhere next year. So it's like we pick these guys, and they don't live up to them. They don't live up to where they're slotted at, right? And then you see, and this is what you have. And then you get rid of them. They go play somewhere else. Whatever. It's all just a cluster.
To the injury, to the insurance policy. I mean, this guy was hurt at North Dakota State. This guy, his first preseason game, he got out of the pocket and he broke some ribs, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
He tore his ACL. He broke his back. So now you're looking at it after the concussion. Now the red flags are up. Now, like, the guy's been hurt the whole time. Doesn't mean not good. Doesn't mean not great when he's on the field. He still can be. But, like, I don't understand. And look at all the dead money. Howie's this cap genius. You can get out of it in 2 years. I think it's like $34 million dead money. So great. You trade him to the Colts. He kills it with Frank Reich. You can't use that $34 million to make your team better. So what's the point of getting rid of him? You're boxed in, and then you're boxed in, and you don't even you don't even have a 5th-year option on Jalen Hurts because you didn't pick him in the first round. You only have 4 years with Jalen Hurts, and this year, by all intents and purposes, not that he's not going to be good, it's a waste. We're 10 games in. The guy's played 10 plays? So now you only have 3 years. 2 you're locked in the Wentz. So you're gonna move on from Carson after 2 years, and then, okay, Hurts, you're in a contract year. You have 1 year to show me you're the next $100 million man.
Yep.
How does that help the kid? How does that help the Eagles? It's a lose-lose. Because I actually like Jalen Hurts. I thought he would.
Me playing Madden. That's what it is. It's like, oh, well, I'm going to draft this guy in the second round because you know what? Because my guy's getting a little up in age and I'm going to get tired of him. That's like Madden shit, franchise mode. Like, you know what? I'm ready to move on from him. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen enough of him because it's all, it's like video game shit. It's video game shit. Truthfully. Or it's like you think you're going to get an investment back on Jalen Hurts in some fashion. Like,
you're trading Jalen Hurts for a first-round pick to someone?
No, you're not, but that's my point. Unless he plays, there's no value. His value is like a car off the lot, right? Like, as soon as you drive it off the lot, the value goes
down. Yep.
He doesn't play. right? So if he doesn't play, that value's down. It doesn't get better. Use a second-round pick. All we see is run him as read options. So how does his value going to dictate anything more than a fifth? If that, DeAndre Hopkins going to trade for a second. So it's just, I don't know. Listen, Ryan, I don't know if you went. Did you go about Hurts and Wentz? I know you jumped off.
Oh no. I mean, you're getting rid of Hurts first, but I completely agree with you with the on top of that, you look at it, if they're talking about, okay, return on investment, Tom, like you said, we're not going to get any return until we see him on the field. Then the same organization that took him way too early with the 52nd overall pick, they're saying, hey, he's not ready. So what you're saying that with open arms, hey, he's not ready yet. He's not going to be ready for a couple years. So, okay, so you admitted that you're not going to get you drafted somebody who's not going to be ready for a couple of years. He's not going to help you now, especially in a year where you had a cap situation where you needed to draft guys to help you now, since you were going to say, hey, we're going to try and win this year.
We told you that, right? He
yes.
said we need as many picks as we can get because we're up against it.
Yes, exactly. And then it's like, okay, so then you followed up with a guy who you're never going to play. And then you're like, well, we can turn it around and we can get a first or second round pick. For what? For what? It's not like 5 years ago where we had 10 teams around the league that were desperate for quarterbacks. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these teams have 3 quarterbacks now. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. And
there's always a team. Like I'm not saying nobody would be in the market for Jalen Hurts. Right. You got to freaking play him. You got to play him. You drafted him. Play him. If you didn't think he was ready, if you didn't like him, why did you take him?
Right.
It's like it's 2 different teams. It's like nobody picked him for you.
Year, right? That's my question too to you guys. Like in their minds, was this year a wash year? Was this year a year?
That's what the pick told me. I mean, I've been saying since they picked the kid at 53, it tells me that they don't believe in Carson, which is true, I think. And you don't think you can win a Super Bowl this year.
Which is that too? Do you guys take that pick as not trust anymore?
What, the Hurts pick?
Yeah, do you think it's like organizationally like, oh shit, like
it's either they don't trust them or they're literally the dumbest organization in the history of sports.
Either or, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's a fair question, Tom. It is. So I don't fault you for asking. But to your first question, was it a wash year? If it was, like, again, it's a fair question. If it was, well, you should have traded Ertz in the offseason when there was actually a market for him. Like, there's all these moves that you could have made. You know what I'm saying? You don't bring back these guys. You trade away Fletcher Cox. You trade away this guy. You don't bring in Darius Slay for a 3rd and a 5th. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't do this.
Well, like the Phillies halfway in, right? Like
yes.
the Phillies being halfway in. Phillies are the king of halfway in. We want to sell tickets and look good. Is that part of this? And I think part of that, right, to that is and not being a wash year was the fact that he's so loyal to a lot of these guys too. These older vets that helped him win a Super Bowl here. Like, he's really loyal, as he should be.
Jason Peters.
I mean,
that's mistake number 1.
Well, the guy's got bunk beds in Jeffrey Lurie's house. Like, the guy literally has bunk beds in Jeffrey's house. It's disgusting. It's freaking disgusting. And I was a supporter of like, hey, bring him back as a backup because you can't be, where you find left tackles in this league. They don't grow on trees. So bring him as a backup, sure, to Dillard. Like, I didn't want him starting. And here we are. What was the second one? The second question I had for you guys.
We were at Hurts or Wentz, Lurie or Doug, and I don't know what else you had in mind for us there.
Yeah, fire off a couple more, like defensive players. Let's go defense. Because I feel like there could be a lot of changes on the defense, honestly.
Well, the answer to every question is Avonte Maddox. Well, I hate that guy. Sucks.
I won't give you player.
So bad.
I won't give you guys player versus player. I'll just give you a player, right? Like, that's all I'm doing. Okay. Like, it's hard defensively. Like, Javon Hargrave or Fletcher Cox?
Bye.
Yes, both. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hargrave. There's another stupid signing.
Well, we'll start with Fletcher Cox. Stay or go.
Go.
He goes.
I mean, he didn't even just renegotiate his contract, so it's like $8 million.
It's technically not $100 million anymore, but it's like 91 or something.
Well, you get $8 million. You get $8 million. You save $8 million on the cap with the restructure, right?
I believe so. Yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
So I mean, that's fine. I mean, he's done better of late. I mean, look, he's not Aaron Donald. So if he gets doubled in the middle, like, he's going to be a non-factor. It's going to be up to the Derek Barnett's of the world to beat a one-on-one and get to the quarterback, which he's proven for 5 years he can't do. So, I mean, I get it. He makes a lot of money and he disappears at times, but he's also not Aaron Donald. He's not going to shred double teams and triple teams like Aaron Donald can. He's not the best player in football.
No,
So, I mean, I think Fletcher gets a bad rap. I would keep him around.
Yeah,
especially at the restructure.
I don't think it's a bad rap, but I mean, I don't know. I think people are pretty realistic on him. You know what I mean? I think everybody knows he's a top 5 tackle in football, and he's been one for a long time. So when top 5 tackles in football get doubled and they beat them through the history of football. So I hate the double team excuse. Like the better play, $100 million guys, Rob, $100 million guys get doubled. All right. And they beat people. So no, I'm just saying there's sometimes he's on a milk carton. Right, $100 million. We can break the quarterback's balls. $100 million for being on milk cartons. I sure can't see my best player on defense can never be on a carton. Can never be carton. Every game I got to hear his name at least 5 times. Every game. Doesn't have to be big plays. Just every game I better hear his name 5 times. Even if it's the announcers just kissing his ass for blowing shit up. Even not even making plays. Like I need to hear him. That's all. But I agree with you. Stay. What do you guys say?
I say stay. I mean, it would help if these guys, like we brought up Javon Hargrave, Malik Jackson, these guys that we just threw money at the last 2 offseasons, it would help if, they would do something so that defenses couldn't, or, offensive lines couldn't double team Cox. That'd be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we thought we did that, and that move seems like that guy can't get beat at either one of us if we're playing guard. And
Hargrave made no sense to me. And everyone liked it because you went in the trenches. It just didn't make any sense to me. You had the
wrong technique, wrong scheme, and a whole bit.
Right. Yep. You pull a 3-4 guy to come play D tackle for you. It showed that he can't right now. And usually anything Howie ever brings in trench-wise in the trenches, I'm usually like, hey, he's gonna be good. Right? Because usually Howie Roseman, there's 2 things he's good at. Usually has a good offensive line. Right, and usually has a good defense line. Usually, there are 2 things he's pretty good at. I'll give him credit for it. Right, so usually when that signing happened, you're like on the surface, you're like, oh, that's a good signing, and then you're like, wait, he's coming from a 3-4 now. All right, I'm gonna hold judgment. Wait, so you guys say everybody's got Fletcher staying.
I had go.
Jake.
I think I'm gonna have him stay. I'll have Hargraves go though. I'll get rid of Hargraves in a second.
You just take anything back and get that money off your books. Okay, so we'll go Hargraves. I'll say go.
And the one thing I'll add really quick to that, the reason why I say go, because I understand a lot of people say stay. I just look at it like this. And Tom, I know you brought this question up a couple weeks ago that, you're looking at the next, let's say, 18 months for this organization. And you're saying, okay, well, if they really overhaul this, you're going to have to make a lot of these moves to give you draft capital or just free up some money. That when the Hargrave move happened, my first inkling was, hey, was this a move to eventually then flip Cox? You know what I'm saying? Like you're bringing in Hargrave. Mm-hmm. If he plays really well, hey, maybe he's going to replace Cox and then you flip him. Obviously, Hargrave hasn't lived up to that. And then Malik, I'm not giving him a wash here because, you're getting paid way too much money for that. But he's coming off of the major injury to where I still believe with a full year, if he's around next year, I believe that he'll have some kind of a resurgence, something, anything close to what he was in Jacksonville. But with that being said, he hasn't, he's been a huge disappointment as well. But I see why people would want to keep him. And then JP says, Ryan's a smart guy. I just disagree with almost everything he says. And that's the point. And that's the beauty of it. Agree, disagree radio.
Yep.
But no, I get why people would say stay. I just look at, hey, who are assets that we're going to be or able to move with value? A big one that we thought we would have this offseason coming up was Zach Ertz. Like, hey, we could flip him for value. That ship has sailed for right now.
Man, this past offseason, I'm like, listen, you got to trade Ertz. He's making, he's still on a relatively team-friendly deal, but you have Dallas Goedert here. You drafted him in the 2nd round a couple years ago. He's ready to be a tight end 1. Trade Ertz for picks so you can build up the rest of the roster. And people told me I was crazy.
Yep. And
look what happened. The guy stunk this year before he got hurt. Now you can't get nothing for him.
Nope. Yep. And we have the man, the myth, the legend, Richard Rodgers too. It's like, you know what I'm saying? We're good. We're fine.
The problem, guys, if you want to get stuff back though, and you want to rebuild something where you're up against the cap too, you want to try to get as many picks back as you can, right? And you want to unload some money at the same time. So to the Fletcher Cox thing, it might be smart to move on from him right now, right? It might be smart to come in the next year with just Hargrave and Malik Jackson, right? And just say, you know what? We're going to come in with them two, or at least they're two vets. It's not Fletcher Cox level, but we can get it. I don't know. We can get a second back, right? You know, I mean, you're not going to get a first at this point. At 30 years old, I don't think you get a first. You may be able to. You'll probably at least be able maybe to get a second and like a fifth. I think you can probably get something like that for him. I mean, I don't know. That's just my take on it. I don't know.
You also have to do that stuff a year early as opposed to a year late, which the ship has sailed, in my opinion, on Zach Ertz.
Well, I'm talking about Fletcher
Cox.
I don't think he's sailed on Fletcher Cox yet to be able to get back a second round pick. He's not like he's 30.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're talking about getting the first, second, I mean, we said at the top, DeAndre Hopkins, second round pick, and David Johnson.
Yeah, but this is a top 5 player at his position, though. This is a top 5 player.
Hopkins not?
No, he is. That's why it's a second.
Yeah.
Right? But I'm saying, like, you should be able to get a second back from a team that's in a win now mode. Win now mode teams will give you a second for Fletcher Cox. Okay, say you don't get a second. You're at least getting back what the Eagles give up for Darius Slay. I
was just going to say that. That's what you're probably going to get back for him is the same thing that you just gave up for Darius Slay. Very similar situation, aging, veteran, starting to hit the downside of their career or already on the downside of their career. I think that's what you would get back for Cox, a 3 and a 5.
But if you traded him at the draft, if you bit the bullet on Fletcher Cox and risked breaking up the band that won the 2017 Super Bowl, maybe looking a little dumb, taking a little backlash from people like us in the media, you do it at the draft last year with Fletcher Cox. You do it at the draft last year with Zach Ertz. 3 and a 5 for Fletcher Cox. I'm keeping him. That's not enough for me.
Well, it's the money. It's not about being enough.
Well, I mean,
money to be able to go out.
Fletcher Cox's money is not the problem. The Hargrave money is the problem. The Malik Jackson money is the problem.
Cox money is a problem, Rob. He's your highest paid defensive player. I mean, he is. I mean, it's a problem.
Yes, but he is productive, whereas other people who get paid on this team are not.
All right, well then listen. At some point, guys got to go, right? So let Hargrave play every snap then. Right, they don't have a full off season of camps where he should be able to figure out a 4-3 then. All right, and let Malik Jackson, who's played at a high level Pro Bowl caliber D tackle in this league in Jacksonville, let him get every snap, and move on from the money so you can go address other positions a little bit here. I mean, we have no freaking linebackers. Our wide receivers stink. Our backup running backs are atrocious. I don't care about Boston Scott. I don't care. It's not good. Nothing's good enough. Nothing on this roster is good enough. All right, so we have major holes everywhere. Our second corner is not good enough. Our one of our safeties is a milk carton guy who just gets caught out there, wears a cool visor, and stinks. All right, and the other one, Rodney McLeod, I do really like. But Jalen Mills, I mean, doesn't look like we all thought he was going to be able to move to safety and be a contributor. I don't see him doing anything. So we need stuff, and we need stuff quickly. And if that's the draft, if that's bringing in free agents because now we have the money to do it. I mean, look at positions where you can afford to move on from guys. Well, that's a position because you just went out and signed 2 guys to big deals there. So to me, if you're thinking ahead, you sign them guys because you're planning on moving on from him at some point. I mean, that would just be my thought on that.
Right, but my point is if you're really, truly thinking ahead, Fletcher Cox wouldn't have been on this team week 1 against the Washington football team.
I agree, but that's how
you maximize it. I think it's a year too late. You're getting a 3 and a 5, and I'm just riding it out with them.
All right. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. But
so Zach Ertz, I mean, like, I don't understand what he's thinking with 2 years left on his deal, wanting Kittle and Kelsey money when he's nowhere close.
That's the next question. Zach
Kittle and Kelsey.
What's going to happen with him? Is he got a guy who's going to be here and going to have to suck it up, and grow up Peter Pan, or is he a guy that they're going to move for whatever they can get back? What do you guys think with Zach Ertz?
If he's smart, he would bet on himself in a 1-year deal because he's hurt. He hasn't done anything this year. He's got to get his head right in the offseason, play wherever. Maybe they trade him, maybe they don't. I mean,
I almost think that if it's actually a lot harder than I thought it would be because, this entire time I'd be saying, okay, he's probably the first out the door. But the more I think about it, if Howie Roseman's gone, because of obviously we've heard how bad of a relationship that's become. Mm-hmm. I would almost think if Howie Roseman gets fired or reassigned, I would almost think Zach Ertz would, to Brinkman's point, would want to stay and prove himself.
Mm-hmm.
If Howie Roseman's gone, if Howie Roseman stays, I think Ertz is gone. So I think it's either. I would be shocked if they're both in the building, this time next year, if that makes sense.
So you think I don't know. I don't see the two as tied together. Really.
I do. I mean, when you're talking about negotiating and they can't even be in the same room together, and they're fighting on the practice field.
Zach Ertz is butthurt because Howie Roseman didn't roll out the red carpet and give him Travis Kelce money with 2 years left.
Listen, I'm not saying either of them are right. They're both.
Zach Ertz is wrong. I hate Howie Roseman. Zach Ertz was wrong, and then he let the contract negotiations.
I don't disagree.
And he played like dog shit. Zach Ertz was wrong.
I don't disagree. I don't
think. I think he's still here because I don't think they get. I think in Howie Roseman's eyes, he's not going to get the value back he wants, and he won't move. But I think that a lot's going to determine if he comes back and play. When he comes back and plays this year, what is he? I think that's going to determine a lot. I think if he comes back and plays well, right at the end of the year when he does come back, which he could because he's Carson's favorite weapon, right? And we see the difference of Carson without Zach Ertz too. But if he comes back and plays well at the end of the year, then I think that now you have a leg to stand on to be able to trade him now. But you're not getting anything significant back. You know what I mean?
No. He's the key, Tom. When you were asking, a little while ago, like what's the key to really somehow winning this division or turning it around? Aside from the obvious, Wentz going outside of the pocket, except for those, it's really what Zach Ertz is. Mm-hmm. Just because we know the chemistry he has with this quarterback. If Ertz comes back and he lets bygones be bygones and he says, hey, screw all y'all, but I'm going to be here for my quarterback just to get him through it. I think that could be huge. Am I betting on that? No, absolutely not. I'm not.
He's a rat's ass about his quarterback because I think if he cared about anybody but Zach Ertz, he would have been tougher this year and actually came to play and fight for the guy next to him. He didn't show me any toughness that I thought, even though he wasn't a big yak guy, I still thought he was tougher mentally than what he displayed to us in the sample size this year. But listen, let's get to the caller guys, to the people out there that want to call in and hop on the stream with us. All you got to do is inbox A2D Radio on any social media platform, your email address, and as soon as you do that, we'll add you in here, and we'll give you a couple minutes to talk about whatever Philadelphia sports-wise you want to talk about or anything outside of here. And if you want to play, stay, or go with us, we'll give you a name too, and it can be all around Philly. We'll give you a little all around Philly stay or go.
Ooh.
So and it probably will, probably be a lot of coaching at first, but. That's enough. I can't, that's enough Eagles for a minute here too. I mean, it's just, I feel like I don't know about you, Brian, and you guys over there, but I feel like we've been saying the same shit for every week now, and now it's like I'm tired. I'm just tired.
Yep,
I'm worn out. Like I'm mentally drained from it. I got nothing. I got no energy when I'm coming on talking Eagles anymore. Like I was talking Eagles tonight, I didn't really fucking go.
John Middleton, he can go kick rocks.
Who?
John Middleton.
Uncle Cigars? Yeah.
Yeah, he can go. Talk about a fraud, man. Talk about totally taking advantage of a passionate fan base like Philadelphia.
Oh, yeah.
Having one off season, getting Bryce, I guess 2 off seasons because Wheeler came the next off season. You get Real Muto. He tickles us to death. Then he lays off all these people today. I saw the tweet. I don't know exactly how it's worded, but they're cutting back. He's scared there's not going to be fans, and he's going to let JT walk and Didi walk, and he's not going to do a damn thing. And it's just that guy can go. That guy sucks. What a honeymoon's over for that guy. Holy smokes, did he fool everyone?
Oh, so did they. The hair Bryce Harper can be a little fool's gold sometimes too. He's so
Bryce Harper's looking around and he's just like, what the fuck did I sign up for? What is going on here?
Why you didn't want to sign here? That's why the owner had to fly in the rollout red carpet.
Yeah,
get him here. And your GM at the time couldn't even get your GM and president of baseball operations couldn't even get a guy that was homegrown and their organization to come freaking sign him. I mean, that's how bad it is. I mean, you guys know Manny Machado. You couldn't even get Machado to sign here. I mean, he went to a team in the Padres at the time. We're like, what? I mean, I love San Diego as a place to go, but it wasn't like nobody goes to San Diego at that point. Like outside of Hosmer, nobody was going to San Diego. Wasn't like a destination place for players. So when you see that happen, it really lost trust in everything that was going on here. But no, Rob, you're right. I mean, it's all a joke what's going on there, and I don't even know if they even get the JT Realmuto. Like I don't even know if they even have the balls to offer what's going to need to be offered to get him. And you see Theo Epstein supposedly told him no. So it's just bad looks all around. Bad looks. It's just ugly. But Sixers wise, which is some positivity, is the new direction and some deals. Some deals today, low deals, but Korkmaz here, 1 year guaranteed money, so he'll be on this roster, and obviously Justin Anderson back. I mean Justin Anderson is what he is, but his is like partially guaranteed money this year, but it's like a 2-year deal, so no guaranteed money next year. I'm not sure if he's going to be on the roster. I know there's some guaranteed money in there, but I mean I don't know. I mean, but the roster's sort of shaping out to what it's going to be, and your backup, that other 4 we were talking about off our bench will probably be a lot of Mike Scott too in smaller lineups. So this looks like what it's probably going to be, unless that like Lou Williams trade happens. I don't know if you guys see anything else happening at this point, but that's sort of the only thing I could see possibly. And I don't even know with what we give up is even enough. If the Clippers like, I want to keep them. You know what I mean? So we'll see how that goes. But in terms of this roster, as it is now, because it looks like this is probably pretty close to what it's going to be. We're a few weeks out here, so it's not like you have time to be moving and shaking more. So I think there's sort of status quo. But if not, and you do see something else, let me know. But in terms of where you have this team now, like now knowing what this roster probably is going into this year, where do you have them? I know we talked about the other night where we had them seed-wise, but we sort of got some more confirmation over the last couple of days too. So anybody can start. Brian, you can start if you want.
Yeah. Well, let me start by saying Daryl Morey is a god because he pulled off a miracle getting rid of that Al Horford contract. I don't care what you got back. You could have got back a bag of basketballs to get out from that contract. One of the worst in the NBA, if not the worst, was a miracle. Now, people wanted to tell me that this trade was no good because we had to give up a first-round pick and then we only got Danny Green back. Listen to me. The fact that you had to give up something to get out of that contract. This isn't the NFL where first-round picks are held on to cherishfully. So you're looking at a pick that's 5 years down the line, first off, and it's top 6 protected. So even if the wheels fall off this thing and they're terrible, it's still a protected pick. All right. And then Danny Green, listen, he's not the player he once was, but he's still a solid 3-and-D role player type guy. All right. He fits this roster so much better than Al Horford ever did. And then you trade Josh Richardson, who I liked, for one of the best shooters in the league in Seth Curry. Much better fit. Listen, people want to talk about, you're losing Josh Richardson's defense. Look, you got Embiid, Ben, and Thibault out there to play defense. You can sacrifice some defense to get some shooting in here. So when you bring in a guy like Curry who can be your starting 2 guard, and now you're going to start Thibault at the 3 most likely, and you bring Danny Green off the bench. You draft Tyrese Maxey, who hopefully, now I don't expect a lot from him year 1 because you're looking at a short off season and not much training camp. You don't have a summer league. Hopefully he can develop, like his ceiling this year can be that 3rd guard, a 6-man type off the bench. And then you sign Dwight Howard to be a backup center to Embiid, who I think fits his team well. He doesn't have the ego that he once did. And last year, if they signed Dwight Howard prior to last year, I think I wouldn't have liked. I'd have scratched my head if that happened. Now, I think after he goes and wins a title with the Lakers, I think he's put his ego aside. He knows his role. He wants to win titles. I think he's a perfect fit here as a backup center. I think every move that Daryl Morey has made in this offseason is very, very good. You made some small signings over the past couple of days just to fill out the end of the bench. If they need to make moves to get this team better, they will do so at the trade deadline, because that's when teams. We've seen it before with the Sixers. They bring in a Bellinelli, an Ilyasova, guys that they feel like they need. But I think the roster now that you see now is what they'll probably go into the season with. I have them as probably the second or third best team in the East. I think they're still behind Milwaukee, but I think them and Boston are 2-3 in the East, and I'm excited to see. I mean, we're starting training camp in what, a week, 2 weeks? We're getting ready to go along here, man. I'm excited. I think Morey has done so well in the short time that he's been with the Sixers. I mean, he's pretty much undid all Elton Brand's boneheaded moves from last offseason. So I'm excited. Let's bring it on.
Yeah, me too. I'm right with you on where we have them coming in the year. We'll get to everybody else's in a second. We're going to go to the Fan Friday hotline per se here, and we're going to bring in, our first guest on Fan Friday. So the first ever one we're having on here is Philly G. So we're going to bring Philly G on here. Philly G, what's up, my brother? What's happening? Our first one.
Got him. No,
yeah, the internet's not working right. So we'll keep you in the back end until you clear it up, and we'll bring you back on. But that's all you got to do, fam. Just send us in any of our A2D socials. Send us your email. We'll send you a link. You can hop on here for a few minutes with us. To that question, Brinks, while we're waiting, I haven't heard your opinion on this yet, because I know you weren't on this previous Monday on the Sports Hound. So where do you have this team? I know, and I'm probably going to come hot at you. I can just feel it in every part of my body right now that you're going to be negative on this basketball team. But I digress on it. Go ahead, sir.
No. I mean, I think Morey did good. Horford's not here. You have more shooters. Matisse is the key to the whole season for me. Like, he's got to be a first-round pick. He's got to not only D up, he's got to play offense as well. I do think the East got a lot better. I think the Bucks got better. I think the Nets are really good. I think the Heat are really good. I think the Celtics and the Sixers are really good. I think there's 5 potential teams that could represent the East in the finals, and the Sixers are one of them. I do have the Sixers in that 4-5 range with the Celtics. Look, I think you're going to have to beat the Celtics in the playoffs. That's your hurdle. So I think that right now, I wrote it out before the show real quick. I think the Bucks, the Nets, and the Heat are the top 3, and then you have the Celtics and the Sixers in the 4-5 match. And Jordan had to beat the Pistons. All these great teams, they got to get over Boston. So I think that's going to be your 4-5 match right now. And you got to sack up. You got to beat these guys. Not 4-1 in the regular season. You got to beat them best of 7 when it matters most. Mm-hmm. And Ben and Joe, I'm excited about Joe because I think the doc can really guide him into being the consistent monster that he really should be. Like, I don't think we're going to see 0 for 11, 0 points this year with Doc Rivers as the coach with Joel Embiid. I don't think that's going to happen. And then, I love Tobias this year as the 4. I think he's your 4. I think you go small and you just shoot. Ben and Joe with shooters. So Tobias, I saw an ESPN graphic on First Tech, whatever bullshit show they have. They have Dwight Howard in our starting lineup over, I guess it was Matisse at the power forward. Like, Dwight Howard's not a power forward. Dwight Howard's your backup center. He's 1 year, $2 million guy. You go Joe in the block and you space with Tobias. Hopefully Matisse can make shots because I know Matisse is going to defend. Mm-hmm. And Seth is going to shoot. And Seth's a pretty good all-around player. That's a pretty good get because I was sick and tired of Josh Richardson. I hated Josh Richardson. All he wanted to do was blame the coaches for not holding him accountable. Like, when's he going to hold himself accountable? He's $10 million a year. So he can go be in Dallas and maybe they can hold him accountable to his standards down there. I hated Josh Richardson. And then Ben, I don't know. Is he going to shoot? I don't know. I'd rather focus on what Ben can do as opposed to what he doesn't want to do or refuses to do. Look, Ben is so good. Ben is so good, and I feel like he can shoot. He just wants to prove he's an all-star. Like, oh, you think I need to shoot to take the next step? I'm gonna go out there. It's like the Roseman mentality, smartest guy in the room. I don't need to shoot to be an all-star. I'm already an all-star, but maybe Doc can, get through to him as well, because Brett Brown sure wasn't. So, I have him in that 4 or 5 range with the Celtics, and I have him as one of 5 teams that could potentially represent the East in the finals. Because the Raptors, I think the Raptors are old news. They lost their whole front court. And the Pacers, I'm off the Pacers. They really didn't do anything to get better. The Hawks, if the Hawks, I don't know. I feel like the Sixers should be better than the Hawks, even though I like what the Hawks are doing. And then my 8 seed was the Wizards, and that's a stretch of an 8 seed. They're nowhere near contending for a championship. So you're one of 5 teams that can win it, but you're going to have to beat Boston. So that kind of goes into my power ranking here. So it's like you got to beat Boston. I'm sick of these guys. I'm sick of Tatum. I'm sick of Jaylen Brown. I'm sick of Marcus Smart. I'm sick of these guys. But they're going to be a tough out because they also got better. So love Morey, love Doc, love Tyrese Maxey, But Joe and Ben it's time to go for Joe and Ben. It's time to go. You have the coach. You have the supporting pieces. There's no excuses. No excuses for these 2 guys. They need to prove they can play together, and they need to prove that they can reach their full potential together. Because, if they can't with this coach and this setup, I don't know. I'm concerned, but I'm optimistic. They have a pretty good chance to be a really good team and be right there in June, July, whenever they play the playoffs these days.
You brought up Ben Simmons, and last year was when you needed him to develop the shot because you didn't have shooters. This year, if you don't want to shoot, that's fine with me. Because, you go back to last year, he assisted on more 3-pointers than anybody else in the league, and when we had almost no shooting. Okay, so now you have Seth Curry on the perimeter. Now you have Danny Green on the perimeter. I think this is a huge year for Tobias Harris. I think with Doc here, that's really going to open him up. Him playing the 4 and being matched up with other 4s, he's going to be able to – he'll have a lot more room to shoot, especially, for his perimeter game. And if Ben don't want to shoot, that's fine with me. Be the distributor. Be the fast break guy, ball handle, do your thing.
Well, what people don't understand basketball in terms of Ben Simmons' talent is the reason you can go small and play Tobias Harris at the 4 on offense is because Ben Simmons can guard any position on the floor. He can cover Steph Curry just as easily as he can cover Giannis. He can cover James Harden just as easily as he can cover friggin' whoever, Anthony Davis.
Well, he's going to be the key to beating Boston because he's a guy who can shut down Jason Tatum. And not many
he's
guys
done that before.
Yeah, not many guys in the league can really make things really difficult on your best player, no matter who that is. And he's that guy. Jake, where do you got him?
I'm a little shaky, but I think it's just because of the last offseason they left at the end of last year they left a bad taste in my mouth. But again, like I said in my Thanksgiving video, when you add Daryl Morey and you redo the front office, you add these pieces. I don't think necessarily they're going to win a championship this year. They can definitely contend, but it's for me what it's about more for me. It's about the direction that they're headed. You have the pieces in Daryl Morey. The front office structure is nice. You got players around Joe and Ben. You fix the shooter problem, and literally on draft night, you pretty much fix your perimeter issue. So I'm excited, but again, I'm not expecting like an Eastern Conference final appearance. I think they can make a playoff run, but again, I hope I'm proven wrong. But I think the amount of time from off season to lack of training camp that they have and the short preseason that they have, I think it's just they'll be a little sloppy in the beginning, kind of just with all the new players and all the new talent around. But I think they can make a playoff run.
Yeah, I'm fully confident in this team because of everything you guys have already said in terms of the complete culture change. And I'm a big fan of changing the culture, and everybody wants accountability. So here's accountability. I mean, all down your coaching staff, you could argue top to bottom is the best coaching staff in the league in terms of all the coaches added. Sam Cassell was up for a head coaching job, and he's your assistant. Yep. You taking some good coaches from some other teams here too. So you really have a really good coaching staff. And you don't want to say the best, all right, top 3 in the league. So that should make guys better. You brought in veterans. At the end of the day, veterans help younger guys win too, because this league's built on veterans winning. You know what I mean? Like, young guys usually don't win in the NBA right away. It takes time for them to win. And our guys are getting up to that age where it's starting to be that point where you sort of got to get over the hump, right? Yep. You might not have to cut the nets down, but you got to get over the hump. And the hump's getting to an Eastern Conference final. And I absolutely believe, if healthy, this team is going to an Eastern Conference final. I believe that much. I believe that much in Joel Embiid healthy and Ben Simmons healthy. Like, I just believe that much in them too. And everybody says they can't play together. I think it's a joke, because they absolutely can. So now you put spacing around them, makes their lives so much easier to be able to play with each other too, because your big men need guys who can stroke around them. All right. And obviously Ben needs guys who can hit shots around them. I think this offense can run and gun. I think they can flat out play. They're going to be flat out be able to play defense as a whole. I'm excited, and I'm right with Brian. I got them in the top 3. I think they're a top 3 seed, and I agree with Rob. They're gonna have to beat Boston to get to the Eastern Conference Final or in the Eastern Conference Finals. However that shakes out, right? I don't know where Boston's going to end up seed wise, but they're going to have to beat either Milwaukee or Boston to get to an Eastern Conference Final, or somebody, the Heat, the Nets. I mean, somebody really good. You're going to have to beat to get over your hump, which makes it harder than it has been in other years. Because other years it was, you only got to beat 2 or 3 teams. Now you got to beat maybe 4 or 5 teams to get to, good basketball teams to get to an Eastern Conference Final. So it's going to be interesting to see where they would play and all that fun stuff. But at the end of the day, that they got to take that step for me this year. They have to take the step of getting to that Eastern Conference Final. Whatever happens there happens. If they lose in the Eastern Conference Finals, I can sleep well knowing that we took a step forward, because that's all I need from young guys, to show me you're getting closer. Show me you're getting, because this is great. We talk about Miles talking. That's great. Well, you owe us. Well, show me taking that step to get there then. Right? What do you say?
Well, with the Ben Simmons thing first, and Rob, I agree with a lot of you guys have been saying. I've been saying this, I think, for 3 years. I'll keep saying it. I'm not even one of those I want to see Ben shoot 3 times a game guys. Would it be great? Yeah, of course. But now that we see, finally, after so many years, a roster that's built the correct way around our 2 big stars, the best version of Ben Simmons, I think we saw consistently, was the end of his rookie season. He's one of the best basketball players in the league, and I don't think I'm exaggerating there, when they went on that winning streak without Joel Embiid. And I know a lot of people say, oh, well, see, that means he can't play with Joel Embiid. No, it means that the roster with Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons was built the proper way. I don't need him turning into a 3-point shooter. If he does end up doing that, or ends up being a somewhat consistent shooter on the outside, then great. I'm not going to complain. I need him to go back to playing aggressive. No more running to the basket except for 2 feet before the basket and then kicking out, or just passing it off and going into the corner. The pass of Ben Simmons. There's no excuse anymore. There was never an excuse the last couple of years, because he's by far a way better player than that. But now that we talk about the spacing, we talk about the threats on the 3-point line as far as shooting, we can get back to finally, like what we saw in 2017, 2018, where you had guys like Redick and Bellinelli and Ilyasova, guys that were able to provide spacing outside of Embiid. It's not just one guy's, that were going to be inside and flogging, the kind of clogging the lane. So I know we've talked about this a lot last Friday and Wednesday. I've got them around 3 or 4 because I think Celtics, I mean, clearly, they just swept us, even though I understand that we were not healthy at all. But, they improved this year. The Bucks are still number 1 until they aren't. To where I've got them right there, either 3 or 4 right there with the Nets. Because while I agree that, the Nets, there's a lot that we still have to see with Durant. We have to see what kind of Durant, he is coming off of, obviously the major injury. And then with all the personalities with him and Irving, I like their team before Durant came back. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it's just those two. So if we see, and again, like we talked about last week, Don, when we talk about the team, we're not just talking about the players. We're talking about everything. We're talking about the coaching staff. We're talking about the people making decisions behind closed doors. And I think that we made fantastic moves as far as the coaching staff. I think we made fantastic moves really getting players around Ben Simmons and Embiid, and I expect them to thrive off of that. And then if they don't, well, I think that goes to Brian's point with the trades to where I'm not expecting anything right now. I think, like Daryl Morey's been saying, we have a lot of bullets, right now. We don't want to use them all in 1 week. So if we need to assess and we feel like, hey, Ben Simmons really isn't acting, really acting the way he should, or he's not doing what he needs to do, or Embiid's, continuing to have struggles or health issues, then we'll cross that bridge. But I really think it's going to be a feeling out process for the first half of the season, and I think we're in a good spot.
Gotcha. Brian, final thoughts before you get out of here, and then JP, we see you back there, brother. You're up. We'll get you on after Brian gives his final thoughts, because I know he's got to get out of here at 11. So he's up with 2 minutes. He's up against it. All right, Brian. Thanks for jumping on with us, and everybody that's listening. Let me get rid of this. But you guys can follow the Sports Box. Give them a follow. They're on all social media platforms, just like we are. And my guy Brian over there and Mike do a heck of a job on what they build over there, and all you guys. So loving what you guys are doing. And Brian, can't thank you enough for jumping on with us too. So final thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Tom, for having me on. It was a real pleasure, talking Eagles and Sixers with you guys. Great opinions. You guys all have a lot of knowledge. I mean, we were able to discuss 2 organizations in this city that are going in opposite directions. Sixers on the way up, Eagles on the way down. It breaks my heart because, I bleed Eagle green just like you guys do. They're my number 1 always. I watch them win, lose, tie, so it sucks to watch, but you still watch them every week, and you look to see some glimmer of hope with some of these young guys. And maybe we turn it around, maybe not this year, but always looking to the future. Thank God we got that Super Bowl, because otherwise I'd be 5 times as pissed. So go Birds, go Sixers. Hopefully I'll get to see you guys soon once again.
Yeah, brother, we appreciate it.
That'd be fun.
Appreciate you on and ton of fun with you. So we'll do it. We'll do it again soon.
Awesome. Sounds good.
Thanks, Brian.
Later.
We told everybody as we're doing little crossovers here with the guys at the Sports Box. So, jumping back and forth on each other's shows. Next week we'll have Mike Collette on with us. So we'll be switching out some guys, and Mike's more of a national fan, so we'll get his thoughts on some things here, Philly, on a national perspective. But we did have Philly G as our first guy essentially in. His internet just wasn't feeling it, and if he can get it right, come on back in. But JP looks like his internet's flying over there in the back end. So JP's really our official first, because I think he's going to be able to speak. You know what I mean? He's not going to get frozen.
With everything I say, you guys are going to disagree with everything I say, but yeah, I'm here. What's up? What's up, bud? What is behind your head, bud?
Talking to you, Rob. What's hanging?
Brinkman.
Yeah.
Brinkman. Yeah.
That's Eagles.
Right. You need to switch that up. You're on the show. You're doing a show, a broadcast.
What do you want me to say, Jake? I love you. What do you want me to say? They're great. They're going to beat the Seahawks?
Huh?
I told you they had no
right,
chance to beat the Browns.
All right,
and what happened?
Okay. I feel you, bro. And you know what? I thought we'd beat the Browns. Okay, I really did. And I'll give it any given Sunday. Like, we could win, bro. You know what I mean?
No,
you guys say no chance. You guys are saying 0 chance. I'm going to give it 20% chance. Like, that's you. You say 0 chance, bro. I believe in Dougie. I think Dougie can make the right calls at some point. I think if we give Jalen Hurts a chance, bro, just give the kid a fucking chance. Listen, Wentz, you're not doing it, bro. You're throwing the ball in the dirt. You're throwing the ball to the other team. You're fumbling. You're double second guessing yourself. Let's see what Hurts can do. Like Backwards Hat said, yo, we sat Donovan down, right? We sat Donovan down. Let's fucking see. Sit Carson, be like, yo, Carson, you're a little bitch boy. We gave you all the money. Take your money. I don't care. Okay? You're not going to play in the game. Now Jalen's going to start this game, and he's going to maybe throw 5 picks. Who cares, bro? We're not going to win the Super Bowl this year. We're not. Let's see what Jalen's got. Give the kid a chance. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, he would have to do that though Monday, right? Like not like in the game, like in usual weeks, he would have to give over the keys on a Monday and give the guy a full practice week with the first team. So that's the only thing. So it's either you sit him down at halftime, you sit him down in the third. Maybe we don't even have this.
Just give him 1 quarter. Maybe just give him the second quarter, bro. No matter what Wentz is doing. I don't know. Give the kid a chance so we can see what we got.
Well, what happens if Carson comes out and plays really well on Monday night? You know, if Carson comes out.
To see. Okay, I can guarantee that won't happen. But if it does, cool.
No, that's not fair.
It's not fair at all. You just said any given Sunday.
Yeah, you just crushed us.
Yeah, I know.
You crushed me. You crushed me Monday. You crushed me Monday. You crushed me first caller on Fan Friday. You crushed me. You say any given Sunday, 20% chance. Then you want to start Hurts.
No. And I'm saying Wentz can win a game. Right, but his decision making is
how's he gonna win a game on the bench? You just said start Hurts.
No, I agree. He could win a game, but I want to see what Hurts.
I could win the game if you start me a quarterback. I could any given Sunday based on your logic.
Brinkman, look at your fucking home decor. You couldn't win any game, bro.
What does this have to do with my athletic ability?
Are you in like a homeless shelter where you just put your fucking long sleeve Eagles tee behind your head?
My setup here is you wish you had my setup, bro. First of all,
I love you, Brinkman.
You wish
You're
you had
a good guy. You're a good guy. And
this is why I crush you on
sports, bro. I'm a fan. I'm not on the show. You know what I mean? And I
understand, and we love you, but this is why I had to crush you up last time we did the Sports Hounds on Monday because I'm into evidence-based sports takes.
You are,
yeah. You might not.
I'm on the feelings, bro. I'm a feelings fan. I'm a fan, which stands for fanatic. So I might be a bit crazy about my squad sometimes. You know what I mean?
I'm insane about my squad. But I'm also when the
but
broadcast.
You're hating on Dougie. You're hating on everybody, bro. You hate.
What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to say? I owe it. I owe it to people like you, to the fanatics.
You have no highlight. You don't say one good thing about the whole team, bro.
Sometimes
nothing good about the entire.
What do you want me to do? Come on and say Doug's the coach of the year?
Find something good to say, bro. Silver linings playbook, bro. Silver's linings playbook, bro. Find something good to say about our squad. You know what I mean?
I did say. I said
real quick. So JP, what JP's saying to you, Rob, is in so many words, is take notes on having just your class a little full because to JP's point, not with the Eagles in general.
I tell the truth.
Last year you were done.
I mean, we hurts, bro, and sometimes our fans.
Yeah, after the Miami game, I'll admit that. But for fake news, Brian Wilson to call me knee-jerk Brink and say I said it 85 million times, and the team was done, and the team had no say. Yeah, after they went down to Miami last year and they laid an egg, and it was totally unacceptable. How am I supposed to sit here and tell you I think they're going to win 4 straight?
Hey, bro, I can respect your opinion, and I don't want you to change you. Be you. But you're wrong, and you're an idiot.
Listen to me and the people. Don't listen to fucking Brian Wilson and fucking the jabrones that go on to agree to disagree outside tongue.
But yo, I got one thing to say. Has anyone here watched the Eagles like pregame show that they put out?
Occasionally.
With
Ike
Ike?
Reese?
Yeah. Ike. Bro, they need to get like Brian Dawkins on there, bro. Or somebody who's like a real Eagle. Like, I don't know. I can't listen to that ugly blonde-haired girl talk another second. She's ugly and she doesn't know what she's talking about, bro.
Who do they even have? Who's the crew?
I don't know. They're trash, bro.
I don't even watch.
You guys on there, bro. They need all you guys on there.
Oh, that'd be a good money decision.
That'd be the move.
It would be.
We need to start a petition.
I mean, they already say for the fans, by the fans, every chance they get. So they might as well cut some of us some checks.
HUD, yo, let's go. That needs to be the new pregame show. This show needs to be the pregame show. They don't know what they're talking about. And they'll get Brian Dawkins on here talking with you guys, and that'll be a real show. You can't be watching.
Yeah, I mean, I'm out. I'm out on Barrett Brooks.
Ugly blonde bitch talk about the Eagles. It's like, who are you?
Who is this?
Ever in football? You're not.
Does anybody know?
You're not Rachel Nichols. You're not fucking Doris Burke. Get the fuck out of here.
Great names.
Another Doris Burke name drop. Doris Burke.
Doris Burke's like, I want to marry Doris Burke, bro. I could.
Doris Burke. We were considering to be the head coach here. Yeah,
Doris could be a great head coach. Let's go. Yo, fuck them. We'll beat Pop to the first female head coach by giving it to Doris. Because when Pop dips, bro, he's gonna give that job to his baby girl.
Becky Harmon.
Yeah, she's getting the job. She's gonna be the first female head coach.
You might be right.
I'm telling you, that's the truth. I watched them at dinner. I'm a chef, right? And I work in Atlanta. All right. I made dinner for Pop. I watched one of his epic dinners. You know what I'm trying to talk about?
Yeah.
You ever heard about those?
Yeah.
I work at this place called the Optimist in Atlanta, and I make food, and it's like an open kitchen, so I can like see out to the dining room. Bro, Popovich shows up 30 minutes early, okay, to the table. This table's like a 6 or 10 person table, right? He shows up by himself. Then he orders for the whole table, bro. He orders all the food for everybody and the wine and everything. And he was mad about our wine list because our wine list was trash. But
he said that? He said that?
Yeah. He was mad at my server came because I was like telling me,
awesome.
I was like, went to the server.
What do you mean? He doesn't let people order for themselves?
No, he orders the whole table, bro. He ordered everything. All the food. It was like dope. Like he ordered this stuff that like we have these like platters of like a full lobster and like oysters and like he ordered like all that shit, like so much money. It was the best dinner. I would have wanted to sit down at that dinner, bro. All I know is what I cooked, he looked like he enjoyed. So what's up? Was
Becky Harmon at the dinner?
Becky was there, sitting right. That's what I was trying to get at.
Right next to him.
You reminded me. Becky was right next to him, sitting right there, like she's his girl, like his baby girl. He's gonna give that team to her, bro.
Did he take the lobster and like put it in her mouth?
I thought his hand was under their table, like doing a little something over there. Might have been like I don't know, bro. I don't know.
I'm gonna go on draft. Can I bet on that? Becky Harmon, the next first coach.
That's his baby girl, bro. I'm telling you that right now.
I feel like I'll get arrested for insider trading if I place that bet.
I'm sorry about talking about Greg Popovich. Let's go back to Philly. That's my fault.
No, it's awesome.
That's good.
That's a great story.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it was, dude. I took a picture of it. I'll send you guys the picture.
What other famous people? I mean, Atlanta. That's like a big hotspot. Like,
I work at the Optimist. It's like I used to like
what other A-lists have you seen served?
Yeah, dude. Michael B. Jordan, Jamie Foxx, Jack Black, fucking Kent Bazemore came in one time. That was dope. He was playing for Atlanta. Served not a lot of athletes that I know of, but like Harry Potter's been in there, bro. He looked like he was on crack. He looked like he was on crack, and he had like a hoodie up, and he was like, pale as a ghost, bro. And then Jack.
Did he have a scar? Did he have the scar on his head?
No, he didn't. He just looked weird as fuck. But Jack Black is actually a funny human being, bro. Jack Black came into our restaurant, right? And he fucking like gets up to go to the bathroom. It was like during Shark Week or something, and he had a hoodie. Like it's casual fine dining, so you can wear like a suit, but you could also wear like whatever you want. Anyway, he has like a hoodie on, bro. Dude stands up to go to the bathroom, throws his hoodie up, and it has a shark fin on the top, and he starts running around all the tables going, donut, 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 and everyone's laughing. So all I'm trying to say is that kid is actually funny in real life. Last story I have to tell about my whole restaurant is we have individual bathrooms, all right? You go in the bathroom, it's your bathroom. One of our servers goes to go to the bathroom, and she walks in on Paul Rudd, Scarlett Johansson, Mark Ruffalo, or what's his name? Mark Ruffalo? Is that his name? The Hulk? All three of those dudes in the bathroom together doing blow-cane.
That sounds about right.
Yeah,
nice.
Bro, they were all doing blow-cane, bro. They were blowing down.
Scarlett Joe.
Scarlett Joe's
getting wet.
If you think Scarlett Joe don't like a little nose candy, I think we're all
yeah, but now it's confirmed. Like this is like
nah, that was real, bro.
You are like the Adam Schefter of A2D Radio.
Yeah. She walked out of that restroom, and I was like, bro, why did you not take a quick snapshot of all of them or shot? Like, take a picture, bro. And then I'd be like, yo, I'm going to sell this picture to TMZ.
For like
Or I get
$100,000.
to party
Thinking
with
the
you
same
guys
thing.
all night. I get to party with you guys all night. I'm going everywhere you guys go. I'm going hanging out with you guys. It would have been a great night. You know what I mean?
Doing
Like,
blow cane in the bathroom and
I
hot
smoked a joint with what's her name? Spider-Man's girlfriend. What's her name?
Kristen
Tobey
Bell?
Maguire's girlfriend. Tobey Maguire's girlfriend.
Kristen Dunst.
Kirsten Dunst smokes weed, and I smoked a joint with her, bro.
Doesn't surprise me.
With her new boyfriend, who's like the guy from Breaking Bad, with the red hair.
Jesse Pinkman. That's not his.
No, not Jesse.
That's not his name.
No, not Jesse. Not Jesse. The guy with the red hair. The guy. Fuck.
I know who you're talking about. I forget his name though.
Yeah, that guy is dating fucking her, and like his crazy. Yeah, he's smashing that. And she looked good, and he looks fast. Like, I don't know how he's pulling that down.
So what? You're from Philly?
Yeah, originally, yeah.
From what part?
Pennsbury. I went to Bucks County.
Okay, I went to Council. I'm a Council Rock kid.
Council. That's why I hate you, bro. That's why I hate you.
Pennsbury. That doesn't do nothing for you.
Yeah, fucking we had John Mayer at our prom. What'd you have, bro?
Not that.
Council Rock is
yeah. No, Pennsbury. That is cool. That is really cool. That because we got the high.
John Mayer, bro.
Yeah, but you guys, you always do. You do your high school prom in your gym every year.
High school.
Am I right?
College. That's our boy, man. I used to be homies with that kid.
Yeah, Asher Roth. He went to East Stroudsburg. He had a concert at East Stroudsburg when I was all fucked up. Yeah. But you guys always do your prom.
Like the biggest witch ever. I know his mom real well.
But doesn't Pennsbury? Don't they still do their prom in their gym every year?
Yeah, because we have like it's tradition, bro. Like
right.
They have the whole.
Yeah, that's cool.
Get dropped off and like the news covers it, bro. Council Rock doesn't even have shit, so I don't know.
Yeah, we have like.
What is Council Rock?
I don't really miss high school at all, so you can bury Council Rock all you want.
I finished in Vero Beach High School. I moved to Florida eventually, but
that's all right.
I'm a lacrosse player, my dude, and I played basketball as well.
Glad to have you. Good stuff.
Yo,
come on anytime.
I'm glad to have you, but you need to change your background, bro. Anything else?
All right. So the Eagles, Doug Peterson, the Eagles are going to go to the Super Bowl and they're going to beat the Seahawks 57-3 on Monday.
What I'm trying to say to you is that we can make the playoffs. We can win 5 games. All right, bro. We could do it, and I believe in it. And I think give Jalen Hurts a fucking go. What are you gonna say about Jalen Hurts? You can't say shit because you don't know.
Oh, I know. JB, I know.
No one's seen him. You've seen him for 3 months.
Oh, no. I have, though. I have, because I watch big-time college football. I have.
Dude got benched in a championship game.
Rob, shut the hell up, because that's all I want to say. I'm not out on him. I'm not saying he can never play. I'm not saying any of that, because guys get better. Guys who have a 1-2 get better. So I'll never say a guy who has talent can't be better. I'll never say it. But
I think he's a winner. He wins everywhere he goes. He actually played at a D1 school, unlike our boy Wentz over there, who went over to fucking North Dakota and fucking jerked off all day and won just because he's got the best team in the whole league. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't trust anyone who comes out of North Dakota.
We can't be critical.
I don't trust anyone who comes out of North Dakota.
I don't give a shit where he went to school. I don't care where he went to school.
Jalen Hurts in North Dakota would have fucked up the whole Division 3. He would have been like the best Division 3 quarterback of all time.
I can spin it a little bit, so maybe that's true. You know what I mean? Maybe Howie sees me as a guy who can be good 5 years.
The best Division 3 quarterback of all time, and I'll talk to you.
I'm losing JP. Back. I see Marquise was in here, and I was going to go to him next. So, Marquise. No, I'm losing you. Hold on. I'm just going to remove him for a second, and he can clean it up if he wants to come back on. But Rob got toasted. That was our first. That was the first one. JP coming in hot. Love it. JP, any Friday, brother, the door's open for you. That was a ton of fun. Marquise,
this is just gonna turn into the Rob Brinkman punching. Everyone's just gonna line up and just try and roast me. But I'll come hot right at you. Look, I made a new friend. We're both Bucks County. We're both 215ers. Me, JP, and Josh Adams.
I'll say one thing about Marquise is about to jump on there in a second, man. He makes me laugh a lot on Facebook, so
Yes.
I assume he's gonna make me laugh a little bit on here. But
God, that should be
I want to hear his thoughts. He just jumped out again on us. So we'll wait for Marquise as we continue. And guys, if you want in, all you gotta do is just email us, inbox any A2D platforms your email, and we'll send you a link and get you up in here. So that's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do to be a part of it. Hey, JP, no bad. That was awesome, brother.
That was great.
I had fun.
We
we talk about walking around money a lot on this show. I just looked at the NBA MVP odds. Joel Embiid 40-1. It's pretty good value. I might throw a couple dollars on that.
What is it?
Embiid NBA MVP 40-1.
Let's let JP say bye because he's still back there. So we'll let him say bye before he heads out since he didn't get an exit. Maybe he doesn't want to say bye, or he can't hear us.
JP,
I don't think he can hear us. So peace, brother. I can't hear him. So
no.
Dude, you did a hell of a job on here. Tremendous first caller. I can't hear you, but tremendous.
You did set the bar high.
Set the bar high, brother.
The bar very high.
Gonna be tough for guys to beat you. So I can't hear JP anymore, but that was awesome. That was a lot of fun. First one. Looking for Marquise now. Where are you at? Why are you dipping? I gotta tag him on the book. I don't know where. You know. All right.
At Rome Robinson. I see. I'll give you a follow on Twitter.
Oh yeah,
Rome Robinson.
Where are we at? Some comments.
Hold on, Rome. I got you.
Spence says it'll destroy the whole organization if we start Hurts. So
destroy what?
I don't know. I don't know if it's
destroyed.
I don't know if the whole thing gets destroyed because if he can play, it isn't. But if he's not good enough, which like every big game he played in college, outside of like his freshman year, he struggled, man. He struggled against the good defenses, right? Did he not? Did people not watch him? Like Oklahoma, he put up big numbers. That's all cute and all gravy, right? All cute and all gravy. But any big school, big-time school they went up against, how'd he fare in the passing game? Now, you think guys are just going to run all around in this league? I mean, Lamar Jackson ran around for a year, and that shit ended quick. Because when you got the ends who can run 4 or 5s, you understand what I'm saying? You don't run around forever. Yeah, you don't run around forever in this league, especially a smaller guy or your Russell Wilson. Okay, Russell can run around all day. All right, we're gonna find out how much Kyler Murray can over time, right? As he gets, does he get hit hard? And he got hit hard last time he was out, right, with the shoulder. So how can he hold up being able to move around and run around? We're gonna find out over a sample size. But the thing Jalen
can
Hurts
throw though.
No, absolutely. But the thing Jalen Hurts is even on their level of throwing the football is mind-boggling to me. It's mind-boggling. Throwing the football, he's not at any of their levels. Okay?
Didn't he get benched? Didn't he get benched at halftime of a national championship game?
He did. Now, I'm not saying he won't be able to play down the road. Right? And I'm not saying you don't bench Carson on there, not if you don't play well. I agree to all that shit. All of it. All right?
Oh, we have Yusuf back here, too.
Yusuf, we got Rome. Yusuf's been on before, so I know he won't mind holding out for one. All right, Yusuf, you hold on for 1 sec. You're up next up. We'll go to Rome. Rome's been trying to get on here for a minute now. And he said he's got a lot to say. So I'm curious to know.
I wanted to set the record straight with the Eagles fans who hate me for my take on Nick Foles. And this is going back to 2012 when we had Vic and Nick Foles, and we drafted Nick Foles. So this goes way beyond Carson. I love Carson, but just like I love D Rose, pre-injury, post-injury, they are not the same players. I still have love for those guys. Now, with that being said, Carson still had things to show in that 2017 season. And you've seen it in the the Chiefs game, the Chargers game, the Panthers game, the Seahawks game, there was some growing pains, and I do think he could have answered those questions. Given that it was just unfortunate, you know what I'm saying? Like that's sports, you know. But it's also sports the way that Nick Foles stepped in and fulfilled that destiny, because Nick Foles, I thought he was the franchise quarterback. There was billboards up St. Nick when we beat the fucking Lions. Like you can't deny that Nick Foles, give or take with his injury, that was another that was a ship that he had to right, or a right that he had to correct or whatever. I'm high right now, so I'm kind of frustrated. That's a wrong that he had to right, you know. But he still had the intangibles. He didn't have the talent like Carson had, but he had up here. He had the arm talent. He made there's plenty film with Nick Foles making great throws. That Corey Clement throw, come on now. Like he just put, like, he's an instinctive player. So is Carson, but that dynamic was taken away from Carson when he got hurt. And I've given him time, and I'm still gonna rock with Carson, but I'm big mouthed, and I like to get my point across, and I'm a Libra, and you know what I'm saying, I like to be politically correct. So you know what I'm saying, like, I just want you guys to feel where I'm coming from, because
I get it.
We're all on the same ship, and I'm not saying all the problems are on Carson's shoulders this year. But as a $140 man, for us Eagles fans to finally feel that joy and us winning that championship and knowing that it came from a guy that's our own, that's always gonna be right here with me. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like we could have played it better, and that's why I always say in the comments it's the front office's fault, because we got arrogant as a franchise, and we made more than just a stupid move with the quarterbacks. We made stupid D-line moves, and we could have probably paid Michael Bennett an extra year, maybe. I really didn't like that he went to the Cowboys, so that maybe said something with his ego. You know what I'm saying? But that's another story. But we made other stupid moves that are coming out in the wash now, and it's not all on Carson's shoulders, but we also paid that man. So, and we're Eagles fans, and he plays in Philly, so you know that's, you know, you have two sides of the fandom that's like, damn, it's like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Because we could have not kept paying Carson yet, and
one of the two had to go, Rome.
And my thing is, who's to say Nick Foles would have got hurt, and you know what I'm saying? But that's a whole nother story. He's with the Bears now, you know what I'm saying?
Listen,
now that
I'm on this platform, you said, Rome, the most important thing you said that actually sunk in with me, like and I don't know why this hasn't. I don't know why over the years this hasn't, but the biggest thing you said was the Derrick Rose stuff, and that's real. That's real, man. Like, that's real shit, because
that's real shit. Penny Hardaway, there's T-Mac, there's Bo Jackson, there's it's sports, you know, and it's unfortunate, and it happened to our guy, our MVP, our franchise guy, our guy that we wanted to see get it done. And it's also beautiful that we seen our guy get it done. Nick Foles he's our guy.
I don't give a rat's ass who won it. Yeah, I don't care. Like,
it's no coincidence that Nick Foles doesn't play well in the Eagles uniform. And that's how I feel about it, because I feel like it's bigger than that with sports. It's no coincidence that he has a statue in Philly. It's no coincidence that he was the guy to get it done. It's no coincidence that everything played the way it played, and Carson still played a huge part in that. And now it's his turn to get it done. Now Philly, now we have a ring, and now we have a guy who we drafted, and it's the Bulls came out with McNabb, and it's ugly now. And Carson just has to get it done up here. And once he does that up here, I feel like we could get back to that level. Because once you get it done up here, everything is just fluid. He's not playing fluid because he has 3 things going on up here. You know what I'm saying? And those things aren't just things that just happened right now. Those things have been Carson's from his rookie year, but he was so lethal and instinctive his 2017 season that it was making up for a lot of things. And we also had a good coach. It was a lot of things, you know what I'm saying? But Carson was also obviously playing better. You know, his red zone, he was so lethal on 3rd down, like it was crazy. You couldn't bring the pressure that you're bringing now against Carson. He'll eat you alive. That angle route with Zach Ertz was better than fucking Travis Kelce and those. That was so efficient, and those things made Carson so lethal, and we're not seeing it now. And
Rum, let me ask you something, Rum.
You know?
Let me ask you something.
Yo, what's up?
You think Jalen Hurts can? You think, like, as a fan, because we're fans, man. So, like, I root for anybody in green. Like, I don't care. I don't care my personal opinions of where a guy's picked. I don't care about none of that shit. Or a guy, I wanted somebody over him. I don't care. Now you're here. You're wearing green. I want to hope that you're going to be good one day. Now, do you personally think that he can be the guy one day? And I'm not saying next year. I'm just saying in the next 2-3 years. Can Jalen Hurts be the guy?
See, with that, it's like you could only bet on what he's done, and it's like that's a tough question because it's like, damn, what really has he done in college against Joe Burrow slaughtered him. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like
JP's fired up in the background. I can see him in the bottom.
You know what I'm saying? Joe Burrow, it's like those are the games we look at. And if you go back in college, Nick Foles didn't get disrespected like that in college. You know what I'm saying? Nick Foles, he held his ground in college. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I mean, those are 2 different dynamics I just brought up. But if you think on the level I'm thinking at, it kind of makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are big games. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are D1 athletes Jalen Hurts was playing with, regardless of how trash of a defense Oklahoma, was, and they got fucking slaughtered. You know what I'm saying? So it really wasn't Joe Burrow slaughtering Jalen Hurts. But on the other end, what was Jalen Hurts doing to keep his team in the game against those good teams? It's like, you know what I'm saying? But I would say the games that he did start, well, the plays that he did play this season, that one pass in versus the Steelers, he got through his drops and he got the ball out and it was on target. We only have that type of stuff to go off of. And if he just gets it in his mind, get the ball out. You know what I'm saying? Like, take 3 and gain 14.
Yeah,
Carson doesn't do that.
I know.
Carson is trying to gain 14 to gain 50.
Well, this is the problem, though. When you're talking about Jalen Hurts, all through college, he was one look and go. It was one look, go. Look, go. So we, everybody that's rushing for him out there right now.
That's easy to confuse in the NFL. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can make a cover 4 look like a cover 3, like a cover 2. You know what I'm saying? A man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so easy to fuck with Jalen Hurts' eyes because we only have college to go off of, and we only know that he's a one read, get it out type of, for the most part. You know what I'm saying?
You're right. But now that can change too. Like, guys get better.
It can.
So I don't want to ever say that he's always going to be that. But right now, they expect him to come in and read defenses and read it. Like, if we got to put him in the game, we're now. I don't know if that's helping him for his future. I don't know. So, like, benching Carson, if he's playing bad, I don't know. Like, we're talking about psyches now, right? We're talking on the mental side of sports, right?
I would say that RPO, though, that we ran in 2017 might be the best thing for him if we are going to throw him in right then.
Bro, now I'm going to get fired up because why the fuck don't we do that with our own quarterback right now who can run the RPO? Why the fuck don't we do it with him? We did it with Nick Foles, who's a statue, and we run pass options. Why do we never run it? That was when our offense was really good. It's nowhere in the playbook. Like, you can't even find it.
It gets me.
Carson changes the play a lot.
He
And
does.
my thing is on that 3rd and 7 when we ran that read option and Lord Brunson, he's been talking about it a lot. He's like, oh, why the fuck? And my thing is like, it's a fine line that we walk as Eagles fans when we want to criticize the play calling and the quarterback. If the quarterback has the keys, I know damn well if I have the keys to the Eagles franchise and I'm the quarterback, I'm not running no fucking read option on 3rd and 7. I'ma run a RPO to give my, you know what I'm saying, to help me out. You know what I'm saying? I'm an audible that play. So I kind of say, Carson, why would you run that play? You know what I'm saying? But then I say, Doug, why the fuck would you call that play? You know what I'm saying? So it's a fine line that we, you know what I'm saying? Like who, and we don't know. We're only looking from the outside in. So it's like, yeah, Doug's been calling some stupid plays. So yeah, it's Doug's fault. So, you know, but
so like, are you starting, like if you're the coach, you just said if you had the keys to the Eagles franchise, are you starting Hurts? Are you starting Wentz? Do you have Wentz on a short leash?
You have to start Carson. He's already suffered enough growing pains. So the only thing that I would say, if you want to pull Carson, is if he takes more damage back there and he starts getting beat up. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what I'm saying, that's the only thing. And Lord Brunson said that in one of his videos, and it made sense to me. It was like, yeah, at this point, but we're in the race. You know what I'm saying? And every team 0-0 in the playoffs. So I mean, I'm only speaking from a football player's mentality. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Like, so listen, it's like,
listen, brother, we appreciate you coming on. Make sure you jump on next Friday again with us.
I appreciate y'all, man.
It was fun, dude. It was fun.
I got my hoodie on because, you know what I'm saying, my haircut, you know, I'm looking rough right now. Feel me? But yeah, I
gotta look rough every time I come on. So anything I feel. Every time I gotta come on, I look rough. So, I feel you. But now,
next time I come on, I could say that Carson finally beat the fucking Seahawks because they've been a pain in our ass since Sean Alexander when I was living in Philly in like 2006, and they fucking slaughtered us. So I hope he could turn it around, but it's like I said, it's more than him, and the whole team got it. That's another thing I want to say. Jalen Mills fucking sucks. I can play better than him. He gotta go. Like all he does is, and that's the thing I don't like. If you're gonna talk that talk, at least go out there. Russell Westbrook, he goes out there and he dunks on guys. Regardless if he turns the ball over, he's gonna do something in that game. Jalen Mills is out there swaggy as hell. He looks fly as hell. I can't lie.
He looks good. Look good, feel good, play good. He does look good in the jersey and all the good stuff. Everything looks. Listen, I'm bringing everybody in. I don't care. Nobody's sitting around. I'm bringing everybody.
No.
But yeah, that's all I want to say, man. Y'all have a good night. I'm actually finished watching this stuff.
All right, Rob.
All right, man. Have a good love.
So we got Yusuf was a little. Yusuf was a little bounce on me earlier. Marquise, what's up, my man? I don't know if he can hear us. Yusuf, can you hear us? Everybody can hear us?
Brinkman, Tom, Jake, Ryan, how are you guys?
Dude, that's like the voice of God right there.
This guy was prepared. This guy was prepared.
That's like James Earl. You should be like in cartoons.
I mean, this guy
as a voiceover actor.
Man,
that was powerful.
Yusuf, I love you. I was really looking forward to hearing from Marquise. I've heard from you. Not that I don't want to hear from you, but I wanted to hear from him. I want to hear what he's got to say. He was already jabbing. He was jabbing at Rome in the back end. I mean, he's always making me laugh on the book all the time. Marquise, I don't know if you're still struggling with the internet or not, but if you can hear us, go ahead. Yusuf, what do you guys say, brother? Go ahead. What do you guys say? Leave it all out there.
Happy Thanksgiving.
I'm tired of watching. No, you're not gonna say nothing. I'm tired now. Look, you're back. You're first place. Stop the count. It's over. Listen, credit to you guys though, right? Because it's an organization that's been through a hell of a lot of shit with Daniel Snyder in charge.
Uh-huh.
And out of all the teams in this division, it's the one I don't hate. I don't hate them. I just never hated I never hated Washington. Ever. I've always hated the Giants and the Cowboys. Just never had a hate for Washington. Like this, sure. Just never to hate. If there's a team outside of us that I'd be like okay with winning the division, it would be you guys. You're building it the right way. Ron Rivera, I love. I know we all do. And I love some of the pieces. I love some of the pieces defensively. You know how I feel about your defensive line. You know how I feel about your defense as a whole. So just tell us some of your excitement. I know it's like for you guys, you should be excited to be in first place because of what you've been through over the last freaking 20 years. So you should be excited to be in first place. So go ahead, puff the chest, talk about it.
Well, first, sweeping the Cowboys in 2 blowout games feels absolutely wonderful. Beating the Eagles with trashkins feels great too. Right. I just have to lay it out there, right? Gibson's an absolute dog. Chase is balling out. Alex Smith, incredible story, playing very well. Snyder got his head out of his butt and decided to hire Ron Rivera. Great move. Future's looking very bright. And I'm telling you, I like our chances in Pittsburgh this week. I really do.
Oh my God!
I really do.
Wait, you play the Steelers
in Pittsburgh? I like our chances. You know, they play on Tuesday. They only got 5 days to get ready.
After that,
they only got 5 days to get ready while we're on 10 days of rest. You know,
Antonio Gibson, that was a 3rd-round pick.
3rd-round pick. Terry McLaurin, also a 3rd-round pick, and two studs for the football team.
There you go. Wow, you get 2 guys. We're not even talking about Mayock killing the whole draft. The Ravens killing the whole draft.
That was
2 guys this guy picked in the 3rd round, 2 consecutive years, and they're better than anything Howie's done the past 2 years.
Let's calm down though on the overpraise here. They got 4 fucking wins. All right, I'm not gonna let this be an overpraised city here. All right. Listen, the fact that you think they're going to go in Pittsburgh and win, I bet you they do go in Pittsburgh and win because everything you just said, and Pittsburgh plays down to everybody. Yeah. Everybody. So, I mean, if you guys beat Pittsburgh, you can just wrap the division in a bow for yourselves.
Not to mention Ronald Darby. I mean, he might have had a horrible game on Thursday, playing very well alongside Kendall Fuller.
You just had to say that in front of me, didn't you, Yusuf? You just had to say that in front of me.
I'm sorry. I'm getting everything off my chest.
You have 4 wins. We don't. You deserve it. You do.
And our schedule coming up is very favorable after Pittsburgh. It's in San Francisco. You know, give Kyle Shanahan, make him regret saying he hates Washington. Seattle comes to town after that. I mean, that'll be a rough game. But then Carolina, and then finishing the season up at the Link, feeling really good about that. And I'll tell you this: if Tampa Tom and Washington playing the wild card, you best believe I'm putting my money on Washington on that game.
Do you think Tom Brady will shake Alex Smith's hand after the game?
No, I don't expect him to. It's sore loser mentality. He's missing Belichick. Belichick's missing Tom. That's how they're rolling now.
Yusuf, you want to know why I'm angry? Not at you, but just the whole situation, okay? Because
from a top 10 pick to saying he's beating Tampa.
Well, that's infuriating and honestly horrifying, but I'll just gloss by that. It's because this football team, literally, I'm not going to say that they're a likable team because I feel like as an Eagles fan, I can't say that, but they're as close to of a likable team as they could be for a team that I absolutely hate, an organization I hate because I love your head football coach. I've always been a fan of McLaurin. The Alex Smith story is awesome. I mean, the fact that this guy didn't even look like he'd ever play again. He's playing, he's beating the Cowboys, which is awesome. Chase Young, I know that's more Ralphie's gig, but I mean, Chase Young's Chase Young. Mm-hmm. You guys, it's like, hey, it's pretty bad that the friggin' Washington football team, they're more buttoned up right now than the once promised Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, this is what 2020 is doing to us.
Especially with everything that happened in the offseason with the name change, the Washington Post report with all the allegations.
Oh, yep.
And, Ryan, you talked about the draft in the previous years. That was all Bruce Allen. That was all Bruce Allen.
You guys want Howie? You want to just change it up? Give yourselves a little challenge?
I think we'll pass. We'll stick with Kyle Smith and Ron Rivera.
Has a ring. Hey, Howie has a ring.
I'll tell you this: within the next 5 years, I think a parade will be down Pennsylvania Avenue in Northwest Washington D.C.
Oh, wow.
This is becoming more harmful to my sanity. This is becoming more harmful.
Who's your quarterback? Who's your quarterback? Would you stop? Who's your quarterback?
I'm fine with rolling with Alex Smith. I think. I mean,
2 years from now,
He's 37 years old, whatever he is.
Okay,
Be a quarterback 5 years from now.
Today in Ron Rivera's press conference, he stated that Dwayne is making strides, which I mean, it's like Doug Peterson, you know. I really don't pay too much attention to what Ron says, right? But
now we're hanging on the Rivera saying he's making.
He's making strides out the friggin' door. He's
right.
Like, oh well, I'm gonna say he's making strides so I can get a second round pick out of the team. That's all he's doing.
Kyle Allen had a good stretch, all right, but I think Alex can deliver the. I think Alex can. I really do.
So are you saying? So I got to ask you this, okay? Say for example, you guys don't win the division, all right? Mm-hmm. Say you have a rough go of it the next, handful of games. You finish with a top 10 pick. You become on draft night, because it seems like it's coming around once again, the famous draft night. Mm-hmm. You're in position to go out and get one of the top quarterbacks this year. You're not telling me that you would ignore that to just stick with Mr. Smith, would you? You're not telling me this.
See, right now I'm looking at it as if we have a 20, as we have like a 20 and above pick. However, if we are in the top 10, it is Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, Mac Jones, or don't draft the quarterback, period. That's how I feel about that situation.
Okay.
You're in on Mac Jones, the top 10 pick?
Bricks, let him do it. Let him do it, Bricks for Eagles, guys. Let him make the mistake.
I mean,
let him go. Let him do it.
I'm sorry.
I don't know. Is he regarded like that?
You're going back to Ohio State for a quarterback? You're going back to Ohio State too and Justin Fields? You guys are just going to go back dabble on that and that shithole of a quarterback?
Fields is
something. No, he's not. Stop it. Justin Fields does not deserve to be a top 10 pick in the NFL draft. Are we okay? Are we okay?
Really? I see when I watch Justin play, I see a little bit of a bigger, better version of Dak Prescott. That's what I see.
Would you stop it?
That's what I see.
He can run, he can pass, he has size, athleticism. What's your beef with John?
What's my beef? The Ohio State quarterback who's been good. That's my beef. Name it.
Here's the thing.
Where's Chucks when you need him? Who cares?
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I care because that's a trend. Because that's a trend of places that just don't bring in good quarterbacks, right? You just drafted one from Ohio State, and Dwayne Haskins doesn't look to be good enough. I'm going to go back to that well. I mean, that would be a Daniel Snyder move, but I'm going to go back to that well. I don't care.
Yeah, but Dwayne Haskins is a 1-year starter.
Okay, and what makes you think Justin Fields isn't going to be like every other Ohio State quarterback who puts up big numbers?
Because he's being coached by Ryan Day.
I don't look at it like that. I don't look at he's an Ohio State quarterback. He can't be good. I think that's ridiculous.
I look at it too. That the body of work I've watched him. I mean, I want to say top 10. You want to tell me he's a first round pick? Rob, fine. I agree there. Top 10.
I don't know. I haven't looked at anything, Dre. I don't know how these guys are regarded.
I don't need to watch any. Now you sound like some people like that. That you need to wait and see how he's graded out. I'm grading him out. He's outside of the top 10. You want to tell me he's where Dwayne Haskins was slotted when he was drafted? 15, 6.
What about this other goon from North Dakota State that everyone's talking about?
I think he's a mid first round pick. That's how I feel about
that guy. I don't even remember his name.
Trey Lance.
Mac Jones. I mean, I don't know.
Jones
I watch him play.
He's a stud.
Stud.
Listen.
He couldn't even sniff the field until his 5th year.
You guys are all misguided by what I'm saying to you, Gavin. I'm not saying he's not good. I'm telling you, he's not a top 10 pick good. Top 10 picks are franchise changers. I mean, he's a first-round guy, but it also depends on what else is on the board if I even think he's top 10 worthy in my eyes. Like, let's see the rest of the season play out, too. I mean, let's see the rest of it play out, but I don't know if he's top 10. That's all I'm saying, guys. I'm not saying he's not good. I'm not saying he can't play. I'm just telling you he's not, to me, he's not top 10, but to Washington, he might be. And I would love for you guys
we're right now, I can tell you what Dan and Ron are thinking. they're thinking we're drafting 26th right now. All right,
I don't like this. I don't like a confident Yusuf. I don't like this.
Because here,
I mean,
hear me
relax.
out, hear me
I mean,
out,
that means
hear
you're
me
winning 2 playoff games, Yusuf. I mean,
Look at him.
Hear me out on this. We're gonna finish the season 4-1.
You're gonna go
smell it.
7-9. I just looked at your schedule. You're gonna be 7-9 probably.
I think we beat Pittsburgh. We lose.
Where'd the guy
We
go?
we beat San Francisco. We
you hear
lose
me
to
or no?
Fine,
Seattle.
I'll give you that one.
Yeah, we
1-1.
Hear you, Marquise. What's up, my man?
We lose to
Had to switch
Seattle.
phones. I think
Okay. 1-2.
We beat Carolina, and we
gotcha.
come into the link, and we're
you
rolling
win.
out of there dancing. 8-8.
3. What's that? 3-2. What's that? 3-2.
Well, so I'll take
4-3.
7.
7-9.
I'll take 7-9 beating Tampa
Okay.
Tom in the first round of the playoffs. I'll take that.
Ugh. Okay.
Tom Brady has shown he struggles in
He
prime
said they're
time
gonna beat
TV.
Brady. That's what he said.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
There he is. There's Marquez. There he is.
Our defensive line,
That's wild, man.
our defensive line against Tampa's O line, they can't handle the pressure. Tom
Like,
can
Like,
handle.
all due respect to Alex Smith and the great story he is, and McLaurin and Gibson. Tampa's defense. Let's forget about Tommy. Terrific.
They've
And
been they've been
that
sleeping.
defense over
They've
there
been
is
sleeping.
real.
New Orleans put 38 on
I
them.
don't see
The
the Brady thing
Rams
happening, bro.
went in
That happened.
there,
I don't see y'all
smoked them.
Okay, the
Last
Washington football team is not.
Our offense is striding.
Swept by
It's
Washington.
striding.
I want everybody in Philly.
I mean,
to
you're
gather in the
you're
league.
against.
Nuke it.
Look, God bless you.
Nuke it.
Have your fun. You're in first place. Go ahead. You're
I'm-
picking
I'm-
26th.
I'm gonna enjoy my time. We're gonna go 8-8.
I don't have
Beat
that
Tampa.
I don't see that happening.
Beat Tampa in the
There's no
first
way
round.
we lose to Washington
Lose.
twice. They just swept Dallas, right?
Yeah.
Oh, two blowout wins, Marquise, and
Yeah,
Philadelphia
there's no way
next
that happened.
with the
You
sweep.
can write that off. I'll kidnap Doug myself. Like, yeah, that's fine.
I gotta ask you if Doug gets fired, what coaching candidates are you looking at? Because I think
we don't lose twice. It's not going to happen.
I think
Coaching candidates.
yeah, I
I'm
think
not even there. I'm not even there. Doug's not going anywhere. Not after one dud in a COVID season.
Agreed.
It's not happening. Now,
if
maybe
it does,
he gets.
though, if it does, I like Salo in Philadelphia. I think that's a
Ooh, what's that? That's the coordinator for the Niners, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, Bieniemy. And did they pass a rule where if you hire a minority, you get extra draft picks?
You get a 3rd round draft pick.
It's like a 3rd round draft pick, yeah.
So, Bieniemy, Ken Norton Jr., Seattle, Saleh in San Francisco. Line them up. Promote Deuce. I'll promote Deuce for a 3rd round pick with the right GM.
Brinkman, you think Ken Norton's going to get a head coaching job? He barely can keep his defensive coordinator job in Seattle.
I'm just said he's been mentioned no, he hasn't looked good this year. No, I agree with that, but he's been mentioned before as a potential candidate. Like, why would you not hire an African American or minority candidate, a 3rd round pick?
Well, yeah, but you got a guy like Bieniemy, Andy Reid looks like Jeffrey Lurie really likes that. He hired Doug off of that.
Yeah, he's prime candidate. Yeah, prime candidate. Totally agree. And I get a 3rd round pick.
I mean, this guy. I mean, Yusuf, you're talking so silent. You're killing us. You're killing us almost like it's every little word is just like another little punch at us. I do agree. I know Marquise is trying to say he don't think there's any shot. You guys are beating us twice. I sort of agree with that. Dallas is a dumpster fire. I don't necessarily. We're not good.
Agree.
We're not good, but we're tough enough that I think we probably win. We beat you the 2nd time around because your offense is a lot to be desired too. There's some left to be desired offensively. I mean,
Yeah.
It's a lot of check downs, and that's fine. And Alex Smith's story is great. Offensively, I don't think there's any shot that you beat Tampa because I think their defense will just suffocate you, and that will be the problem. where you guys won't be able to score. So then the only way you beat Tampa is that you really got to beat up Brady. You know what I mean? Which is possible because you have the front four to do it. But and you guys aren't winning the playoff game. Stop it. I can't do it. Can't do it. I gave you guys a lot of love when you came on. I can't buy into anybody in the NFC East winning a playoff game.
How's Ronald Darby going to fare against Antonio Brown?
I mean, I don't know because he got smoked by Murray yesterday. So, but I think when we go up to the link the second time, it'll be a much better game. I feel like it'll be more of a closer game, but I think it'll be more of a defensive showdown, which I feel like we'd have the advantage in.
Next defensive showdown the Eagles are in will be the first in terms of 2020 football.
Yeah, I don't know what else is getting in the. Well, I mean, we can't score. We can't play defense well enough. So I mean, we're all kinds of issues over here. So, but good to know that one more win makes everything that much brighter. It's good to know. You know. I mean, because the difference from the 3 wins and a 4-win team is a team winning a wild card game.
And then the Eagles, the Eagles.
Over to go. Nonetheless, not just we're going to win a playoff game. Over to go.
Ron Rivera is undefeated in wild card games. He's undefeated. All right. Undefeated.
I love it.
I mean,
also undefeated on Thanksgiving.
You're so soft spoken and profound. I can't even crush you.
Chamber. Yeah, you have so many bullets in your chamber tonight. You know what I mean? You got an answer for whatever we got. You know, you say, you're not winning a wild card. Oh, Ron, well, did you know? All right, well, did you know facts? Love did you know facts? They did not know that. Didn't know that. I know how Daniel Snyder is in wild card games. So we can cancel that out. We know what Washington's been in wild card games. Listen, I'll give you. You don't gotta give me nothing. I'll give you 200 straight Venmo. And you don't gotta give me nothing. You give me a sandwich. All right? You give me a sandwich back. If you guys win a wild card game. That's all. I'll give you 200. That's how much I believe in that's not happening with our division.
I'll take that.
No, you will. I mean, why would you not? Yeah. But I need back a couple good sandwiches.
I'll DoorDash something in your house. How about that?
Yeah, just buy me a dinner. That's all I'm looking for.
All right.
Buy me one dinner.
I'll agree.
I don't want the number of people. I'll be like Popovich. You know what I mean? It's going to start with me. Like JP was telling us, it's going to start with me, and it's going to be a whole table full. And next thing you know, you're paying 200. But no, I mean, listen. I mean, you should be confident in the direction of your football team. You know what I mean? And they've made good picks. So outside of Haskins, it doesn't look like a good pick, but you're going to miss some. They seem to not be able to hit on the quarterback ever, draft day wise. So we'll see if that changes for them organizationally. But in terms of everything else, the defense is going in a great direction, and the offense has a lot to be desired right now. But the defense for sure is going in the right direction. I can't argue that.
If Nagy gets fired, I'd be the first one in line to hire him as my offensive coordinator. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I agree. I think you know what though? You said that. I might do the same damn thing. If I'm Doug, I got to get Nagy here. Like if I'm Doug, I'm like, I got. You know what? Let me go get this guy. This guy I've worked with before. He's been under the Andy tree, familiarities with the system. In a way, I like that name a ton for an offensive coordinator gig next year because I don't think he's making it through this year. I just don't think. I don't think they make the playoffs.
Yeah,
maybe he comes back and plays well. Could see that.
Well, the problem with Doug attracting an offensive coordinator like that is unless somebody forces him to not call plays, no one's going to come here to be our offensive coordinator to not call plays.
Mm-hmm. Maybe Deuce. Maybe he promotes Deuce. I
mean, look, they've been talking about promoting Deuce for 5 years. I mean, if it hasn't happened yet, is it ever going to?
Let's see what Brandon has to say. Brandon, what's up, my man?
Hey, what's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Hey, got a question for Mr. Washington guy right there. So, what impressed you enough to think you're going to win in Pittsburgh next week?
Our defense, just the stride our defense has made. I feel like we can stop that offense. Number 1 ranked passing defense. I feel like that'll be a huge advantage because they like to throw the ball a little bit. Now, if they run, we'll be in a bit of trouble because our run defense has shown they can't stop the run very much. I mean, stopped it against Dallas, but it's Dallas. They're a joke. I also think us being 100% rested up and Pittsburgh playing on Tuesday, having a short week, and then playing again on Sunday, I feel like we have the advantage on that as well. I think, and I think we're going to come in very well coached up, very well prepared to play against Pittsburgh. Now, I think it's going to be a close game. I really do. I think we can hang in with them. I wouldn't be surprised if, they beat us in overtime or something like that, but I think we have the competitive edge right now.
But that's just assuming that Pittsburgh runs a fake punt from their own 25, right?
Yes.
Hey, let's just be clear. I don't think Washington's a bad team right now, but that was more bad Cowboys than good football team. I think we can all agree on that. Let's just be honest.
Yeah. I'm still enjoying my win.
That was the Thanksgiving
the Cowboys. Sweeping the Cowboys in 2 blowout games. I'll take that any day.
Yeah, because I think if what's the quarterback Dak? I think if Dak played, you guys would have been Swiss cheese.
I disagree. I disagree.
Ronald Darby was looking like barbecue chicken all day. They just couldn't get the ball to him, man. Enough.
Darius Slay agrees with you too.
Darius Slay and Ronald Darby, that's two different animals right there, man. So what's your score prediction going to Pittsburgh?
Right now, I think. Well, I have the game going into overtime. I think we come out there. I do. I really do.
You got to put the palms up, man. I got it 35-7, man. Roll job.
Really? Really?
Absolutely. Chase Claypool is going to eat you guys alive. Are you kidding me?
Okay, I got my money on Kendall on that one. The only one I'm scared of is Deontay Johnson because that dude's a dog.
Shouldn't you be scared of the best defense in football when you guys have trouble moving the ball? I mean, Pittsburgh's best defense in football right now.
Yeah.
Best defense in football.
We saw last game once you get a little bit of pressure on Alex, he gets a little skittish back there. He was getting scared.
He just
couldn't keep the constant pressure on him.
That leg starts to sweat. You know what I mean? That leg gets a little sweaty when all the pressure gets on.
Yeah.
I got it.
That bionic leg start needing a little oil. I'm telling you, man.
I got another point. I got another point. Pittsburgh always plays down to competition.
Oh, now you're using times. Now you're using time. Pittsburgh.
But now you're playing down the competition, but the competition they're playing down is going to beat Tom Brady in a playoff game. Now you're going to poke holes in you now, you said.
So if Pittsburgh plays down to the competition, are you guys going to play up to Pittsburgh? Are you going to play up to Pittsburgh?
I'm fully confident we will. I'm fully confident.
Playing down to the competition.
You just beat the Bengals like 30-0. Where's this? Where's this Pittsburgh plays down the competition? Where's that coming from? They're 11-0
Philadelphia and Dallas.
Because Dallas gave them a good game. I think that's where they
the
came
Steelers
from.
smoked us. Like, don't let that final score fool you. Pittsburgh smoked us. You've never had a chance to win that game ever.
All right. Well, I'm telling you, I think our defense can hang in there. I'm a little bit worried about our offense, but I got a 27-24.
I mean, the more you keep talking, Youssef, the more like you're getting worried. You're like backing off it.
I'm fine. I'm cool as a dog right now.
So Alex Smith is going to carry you guys past Tampa.
That's in Pittsburgh too.
It is, and I think
Let me clear.
You got to be getting at least a touchdown, right?
Let me just clear the air here. So you're going to go to Pittsburgh and beat them, probably the best team in football right now. All right. And then you're going and beating the GOAT, who has a top 5 defense in football. So Alex Smith is beating the best defense in football. And then in the wild card round, he's going to double dip it and say, you know what? Hold my beer. I'm going to beat the GOAT, and I'm going to beat the top 5 defense. Woo! I told you, $200 free money to you if that happens. Not the Pittsburgh. I ain't betting on that shit. But I'll bet on the Brady for sure. Pittsburgh, I don't know, because the only thing that scares me is playing on Tuesday night. I don't like that. Because now they're playing Tuesday, really short freaking week, really short. But you guys aren't any good. I mean, nobody in this division is any good. I mean, I know I would be feeling better if I was in first place and had 4 wins. Sure, I'd be feeling better. We stink, and then you guys stink right with us. We all stink together. You guys just never win anything, so you're in first place now, so it feels good. I get it. And that's why I said I understand it. I'm totally on board with it. You should be feeling very good right now, but you're feeling a little too good. You know what I mean? You're feeling that glass not half full. That thing's overflowing. You know what I mean?
Who's the best left tackle that Chase Young's played against this year?
Andrew Whitworth. Andrew Whitworth, probably.
How do you do?
He had two TFLs, a forced fumble.
Who does he play for?
Rams.
Like
35.
Okay.
Andrew Whitworth. It used to be like it still is a
Andrew
good.
Whitworth's like 45, right?
Yeah, he's like he's a little long in the tooth, but I mean, in his heyday, he absolutely was a really good left tackle. But now I don't know. I mean, I would have to ask Rams fans how he's playing every game. But I mean, you used to pull that out quick, man. You had 2 tackles for long. This guy got so much. He got so many balls in his chamber, and I don't like it. Like it was all planned out.
I'm not ready. I'm not quite ready to crown Chase Young yet. I don't think I've seen enough yet.
I mean, he had one hell of a game against you guys week 1, so give him that one on JP too.
Yeah, but guess what? There was a guy from Cleveland I never heard of playing right end for Myles Garrett, and he had a hell of a game against us too. So
yeah.
Everybody's had a hell of a game against Dallas. That's the one you circle on your calendar. That's how you get paid playing Dallas this year.
Yeah,
I promise you that.
Well, who do you guys like better though? You guys like Sweat, or do you like not Josh Sweat, Montez Sweat? Montez Sweat or Chase Young better?
I'm a Jonathan Allen guy.
Me too.
Honestly.
yeah.
I'm a big Jonathan Allen guy. Oh my God.
I'll tell you this: John Allen has taken a stride this year. Like you saw him from last year to this year, he's taking a stride. And without Ioannidis too, with Ioannidis hurt, who's another threat, he's just stepped his game up a lot. And then I think Deron Payne's also a dog. But if I had to choose between Chase and Montez right now, I'd probably lean towards Montez because he's having a better year.
I'll take Sweat as well.
And he also.
That's bigger too.
I think
crazy.
I think Chase goes for the big play, for the big sack a lot, so it causes them to get burned in the run game. When they get a play against good teams, Chase Young's going to get burned in the run game. He goes for the sack all the time.
He does, but
Jonathan Allen and Sweat helps him a lot.
Yeah, it does. They all complement each other very well.
Used to have learned something watching A2D for all this time with my Kool-Aid, right? Well, like me over the last 3 years with the Eagles. Like, I mean, that's how I would walk around. I had an answer for everything for you. You know what I mean? Like, what about that? Well, what about we always go to the playoffs? You know what I mean? Like, so there was always an answer back. For the first time in the history of Eagles football, I don't got a goddamn answer back to nobody. Like, you know what I mean? Good for you with 4 wins, but having an answer back, like Bill Middlebrook just said. Like, good for you, because 4 wins. I'm still throwing shit across the room. I'm unhappy coming on air. I don't care about it beat Dallas. You had to go win, and good. You swept Dallas. Everybody in the National Football League should sweep Dallas. Everybody should sweep Dallas. After Dak went out, Dallas shouldn't beat nobody. Andy Dalton stinks. Their offensive line is broken. The fact that you didn't have 45 sacks yesterday is always an indictment on you guys. It's always an indictment.
The play calling is terrible.
We'll see. The thing that makes me very happy is Cowboys fans did a lot of this before that game. A lot of it.
That's a
We're on that. they're uneducated fans. So yeah.
Yeah. So it made me happy. Obviously,
Washington fans are real fans. Giants fans, real fans. That's why I don't like hate Giants fans and I don't hate Washington fans, because at least you're like us. You're real, like you're invested, you're from there, or you're real or loyal to them. You didn't all of a sudden get beat up in the 5th grade and get put in a locker and say, "Shit, I got to root for some winners. I got nothing to win, nothing's winning in my life." You know, that's how some Cowboys fans roll. Others, like family, I know plenty of Cowboys fans that aren't like that have been fans forever. So, but a lot I know are frauds. So there's more frauds than good ones, but there is good ones out there. We got one on A2D who's a good one in Rob. My cousin, I'll call him a fair one. He's never wavered, even though they've stunk for 20 years. He hasn't wavered. So the people that have stuck through it, good for them. You know what I mean? Good for them guys. But you know, that's why I like the Giants. I think we all can agree on this. That's why we like the Giants. And you probably would say the same thing about Eagles fans, Yusuf, because you know what I mean. We're real fans.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You know, I ain't talking crap about nothing. You know what I mean? It's not
I just wish, I think, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Tom, but I was going to say, I see a lot of unfair criticism on Carson Wentz. He's the guy. I think so. I don't know if you guys are very high on Carson Wentz. I know you are, Tom. I can't remember that. But I just think he needs to get out of his own head right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think some of the play calls not doing him any favors either. But you know.
Yeah, talk about questionable play calling. I think Doug Peterson's play calling this year has been nothing but questionable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I lost Brandon for a second. Was he was talking about Carson, right?
Yeah, he was saying.
I like to see him.
Yeah, go ahead, Brandon.
I like to see him.
Yeah, we still got you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was some of the play calling. I like to see him get Carson in the rhythm first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, I agree with that, and I think that's.
I like to see some of the play calls. They get Carson in the rhythm first.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. It's like the scheme. They're not scheming him up good, in my opinion.
Yeah, I just lost him there, but he's right. They're not scheming him up. They're not doing anything to help him.
I gotta get spot. Hold on.
And he's hurting himself. So I mean, it's a full circle of nobody helping nobody, right? And I think that's what we're watching. And then, you know, when he does get into a little rhythm, you know, one thing takes that whole rhythm and it all goes away, right? One mistake, one sack, one etc. And you're right. If you're not playing confident at the quarterback position, you're in a lot of goddamn trouble. All right, you just are. I mean, if you're not confident in your decision making, if you're not confident in what your eyes see, if you're not confident in the guys on the outside, you're in trouble. So what I said earlier on is the only way Carson's going to figure this shit out, right, is by him starting to make plays with his legs, right? And if he wants to come out of it, and you want your football team to come out of a slump, do what 5 used to do in this city all the time. Run around a little bit. Make plays with your legs. Big third downs. Get moving, right? Get moving then. You got to do some things with your legs. I didn't draft you to be a pocket guy. I didn't draft him. I drafted him as a weapon. I drafted Carson Wentz as a weapon, okay? Yep. The same weapon people thought Jalen Hurts was going to be. I drafted Carson Wentz to be that weapon, except he's 6'4". You understand? Or 6'5". I drafted him for that same weapon. Now, what Rome said makes a lot of sense earlier on.
Yep.
You know, Derrick Rose analogy. Is that true? Is there truth to that? I don't know. I saw him run around earlier this year. I just saw him run around and look the same. Right? I think we all were saying at the beginning of the year, wow, this looks like the most he's used his legs since 2017, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's all about a formula. It's all about a formula, like Rome was talking about it, whether it's organizationally wise, whether it's the quarterback, whether it's play calling wise. We had that formula in 2017, and it's not even about who was playing quarterback.
No. I'm talking about we're talking about he's got to move. He's got to move with his feet.
That's what I'm saying.
Not rollouts. I'm just saying he has to run around. We just saw this earlier on this year, though, is my point. We don't have to go back to 2017 for anything when it comes to this, because he got back to it earlier this year where he was running around. Now, I'm not saying he was playing like he was in 2017. I'm saying he was running around more, right? he was averaging 5 carries a game probably, on his own. Now, I don't know, is he averaging 1? So, I mean, how many times can you break a defense's back when you're struggling in the pocket? You got to run that. You're too talented to sit back there and get beat up. So go ahead, right? I was just saying, like, you got to run, you got to move, and you got to be able to do things to break defenses down. And it doesn't have to be design shit. It has to be reactionary shit. Okay? And the reason Donovan was able to do it with less a lot of times is because he did that shit. He did it. Donovan broke his foot. And what else did he do? I don't know if he tore an ACL, but he definitely broke his foot. Like, Donovan was banged up. Like, Donovan was always healthy. So, like, injury rate's 100%. Being banged up's 100%. I mean, I would hope he's not Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose had numerous of knee injuries on the same knee. Like, that's different. It's different. Like, to have it once, shit, Adrian Peterson's 42. And he's had it twice. It's 42, I feel like. So, like, to the whole, and Don knows it, but the whole thing is, like, we just saw it. And you run around. Why would we stop? So if that's an organizational formula, right, that's a different story, right? Like, if that's like telling him to stay in the pocket, but that'd be mind-boggling to me that anybody straight face that knows football would tell him to stay in the fucking pocket. Like, I can't see anybody coming up to him and saying, hey, don't run around. What? Who would say that? Who? Like, who? Like, I need to know names. Like, who would say that? Howie Roseman? No. He ain't listening to Howie Roseman like that. Jeffrey Lurie calling him and telling him to stay in the pocket? No. Right? I can't see anybody telling him to stay in the pocket. Right, guys? Doug's not going to tell him to sit in the pocket. Doug's going to tell him to make plays. I don't know. You guys tell me. I mean, didn't we just run around more like 7 games ago? The fuck happened?
No, my point is, and like I said, I don't disagree with anything. The reason why I bring up the organizational thing, I'm talking about just all levels of how we got here as an organization to where, whether it's Carson playing wise in his own head, or whether it's the organization, the way they're making moves, everyone here, all throughout the umbrella, should know what works and what doesn't at this point. You know what I'm saying? Doug Peterson's not a rookie head coach. Howie Roseman's not a rookie GM. Carson Wentz is not a rookie quarterback. To where it goes up and down the line, to where with Carson, he should know, hey, if it doesn't matter if if people are indeed telling me what to do or not to do, I'm the freaking quarterback. I'm the one playing. To where they can't control if I'm running around, because especially when I'm running around, those are where the results are coming.
Well, that's my thing about there's definitely nobody telling him to, like, or anything like that. It's not a change in what works. It's on him. I mean, it's all reactionary. So, like, somebody can tell you all day to stay in the pocket, and your reaction and your skill set's going to take over. You know what I mean? So, like, nobody for that thing, like, or him doing it. But what I'm noticing is, and Brink talked about it, we've spoken about it, is everybody crushes Doug, but this dude changes every fucking play at the line of scrimmage. Like, watch it. I kept telling people to watch it. Pay attention to it. Pay attention to it. He kills plays. He gets out of plays. He changes protection, which is fine on plays. They're the things he's supposed to do, but he checks out of a lot of plays.
Tom, you talk about rhythm a lot too. I saw it in the week 1 game before he had his first interception. Dude was balling out. He had 2 touchdowns, I believe 200 yards. Then he throws an interception to Jimmy Moreland. It's 17-0. We kind of cruise back into that game. He throws another pick. He has a fumble for a loss. So it's kind of a rhythm thing as well. And I saw week 1 firsthand. I mean, I was pretty happy. I don't know about you guys. I think you guys are pretty pissed off. But
no, you're right, because Jake, what has he done? What have we done to change that up? Like, we say, okay, we're going to do some hurry up stuff, and then they go away from it. Or we're going to do this kind of stuff, and then they go away from it. It's like anything that they plan to do or we think that's going to work, they either try it and go away from it or don't try it at all. Like, if I'm him, I want defenses, the way my offense is constructed, I want you so out of whack defensively. So I'm going hurry up all day, Chip Kelly on your ass in the first quarter. Just the first quarter. Just the first quarter. After the first quarter, I slow it back down, depending on how I'm playing. With the first quarter, I'm on the ball every drive, because I don't want you to be able to substitute, and I want to dictate the personnel I want on the field on your end, right? And that's being the aggressor. So we can talk about big fucking balls all we want. We can talk about Big Doug sacking. We can talk about all this. That's big balls. Big balls is changing. Big balls is saying, you know what, we're going to do it. Every time they run a hurry up, they do it. They do it well. So I don't understand. Every time he's out of the pocket, he throws great, right? Think about all these things. Why don't we do it? I don't know. And part of it is I'm going to start putting it on him. A lot of it, what plays we get into, this is what I told people. People crushing Doug Peterson for play calling, stop. You want to talk to me about design? You want to talk to me about schemes? You want to talk about all that stuff? I'm right with you, okay? But the play calling, no, absolutely freaking not. I've watched him change so much up in the line of scrimmage, the likes of plenty of guys in the league do, right? That the offensive coordinator ends up being a scapegoat or the smartest guy in the room. Make sense? When you have a franchise guy and you're paying him $100 million. I'm going to tell you this right now. Every franchise guy that's getting paid that much money or has been used as a high asset pick, etc., calls their plays at the line of scrimmage. The good ones do it. You know, Yusuf, you're talking about Brady. All he does. Why do you think him and Bruce Arians are butting heads? Huh? Why do you guys think so a little bit? Huh? A little trouble in paradise. Why? Well, he probably doesn't like the shit he's calling. Probably doesn't like the stuff he's getting them into. So
Same thing with Rodgers with Mike McCarthy too.
Because of it. So these it's all ego-driven stuff, guys. You think Carson Wentz $100 million quarterback, boys? If we think that his ego ain't big, though, every ego in National Football League's big. You don't get there without an ego of some sort, right?
I'll make this point before I head out, and I think the reason why Ron Rivera benched Dwayne Haskins is because of his ego, and also I'll defend Carson on this. I think he has too many heads in his head right now, whether it's Doug Peterson, Howie Roseman, Lurie, whoever the quarterback coach is. I mean, you guys might know more about that, but I think he has too many heads in his own head. But someone's got to hold him accountable, because when he's held accountable, he's truly one of the best top 10 quarterbacks in the league. So I think accountability is big, and I think he's got to clear his head a little bit. Before this year, so scared as a Washington fan to play him, because he makes incredible plays when he's confident and when he holds himself accountable. And I think that's what he needs to do.
Spot on, Yusuf. Spot on.
Yep.
Right. Holding yourself accountable is, maybe start reading defenses better.
Yeah.
When you are changing plays up at the line of scrimmage, like I saw him checking to a run against Cleveland, and just one specific play where it's like, why are you change? And almost like he changed into going to the strong side, and I was like, did you just run into a bunch of traffic?
Mm-hmm.
There was a handoff. I'm like, did you just change that to run into a bunch of traffic? Like every quarterback's changing that to the other side, right? They're doing a halfback counter other way on that. You know what I mean? Like it's just some of the things I'm watching and I don't like, because what separates the talent level, right, isn't about skill set. You understand? It's not about skill set. It's about what you see out there. How can you get information? How do you receive information that you're seeing out there, right? How do you change into the right play call? When you do change into the play call, how are you seeing the defense play you? All right? That's what dictates the really good ones in this league. Look around the National Football League. Okay? Rodgers, right? You go back even to Peyton Manning called a ton of plays at the line of scrimmage. Ton. Changed so many things. So, I mean, Brady does it. They all do it. Breeze. I mean, they all do it. The proof's there. That's what separates the good ones. So, if the play calls are bad, sure. Or the design's bad, sure. But I can't all of a sudden say, oh my God, Doug Peterson all of a sudden can't draw up a play anymore. Right? Like I can't. I find that hard to believe. Just like we say we find it hard to believe that Carson just forgot how to play quarterback. We also got to say we find it hard to believe that Doug just got dumb. Like all of a sudden, like just had no clue about the game. No feel about play calling, etc. I don't know. I don't think either one of them things happened.
No.
They talk about him always wanting the big play. We always bitch and moan about Doug, throwing the ball too much. Well, who's saying he's not throwing the ball too much?
Mm-hmm. No, I hear you.
What he's reading out there is 7 in the box or 8 in the box, and he's like, "All right, we'll throw." You know what I mean? We don't know fully. What we do know is franchise guys change plays at the line of scrimmage. That's factual. That's been happening in the National Football League for a long time. So take that for what it is. But that's why I just don't get up in arms about Doug. You know, do I want an offensive coordinator in here? Absolutely. Let me clarify that again. Okay, I don't think anybody should have full power as a head coach and offensive coordinator, and not have anybody title underneath you. I don't care if you call every play. I want the title underneath you. You understand what I'm saying? That holds accountability. Titles equal accountability. Okay? So I'm not buying into that. But I'm sure as heck don't believe that Doug Peterson just got dumb either. Mm-hmm. So I think it's a combination of different stuff, guys. I truly do. On why our offense has gotten worse every year. Because it's a Super Bowl. I mean, it has. It has. It absolutely has. Numbers-wise, everything. It's going a little bit step down every year.
I'll say this one, and then I'll hop off. Sean McVay didn't have an offensive coordinator last year, and you saw how that offense dropped drastically since when they lost the Super Bowl.
That's a really, really good point.
He hired.
No, Cooper Kupp doesn't help that either. Like that almost forced him back in the one because that was Jared Goff's guy. So it's like it was almost like it was almost the gods. It's the football god saying, "Ho, yo, what are you doing? Trying to do it yourself? Watch this. Gurley going, freaking Kupp going, guys banged up."
Former Washington football team OC ends up over there, and their offense is back again. So I think the most beneficial thing, I think it'll also help Carson a little bit. I mean, maybe it gives him another head in his head, but however, you have more of an input from another guy, and I think that's what they really need. So that's the final point. Thank you guys for having me on, and Week 17 pregame show. Sign me up for that one.
All right,
we'll sign you up.
I'll be dreading it. Hopefully, we're talking Phillies by then.
Right.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen.
Always a pleasure, brother.
All right, Yusuf.
No, we love you. We appreciate you dropping in. You're the man, brother. All right. I would say good luck, but I don't mean it. So.
All right. See you guys.
Man, Yusuf. We thank all you guys for jumping in with us here. It's been fun. To get some guys' feelings and thoughts and sort of opening up to you guys. Been a ton of fun. I know Brinks is out. I know JP's still sitting back there. We've been hanging out there for a minute. I want to see what else he's got. What you got? You've been back there the whole time. I got to bring you back for one more.
Bro,
you know what I mean?
I didn't want to hear what that Redskin bitch got to say. Your team doesn't have a name. All right, bro? You guys haven't won shit in a long time. I haven't been worried about the Redskins as an Eagles fan. Haven't been worried about them in a long ass time. And no, it's just Redskins anymore. I still say it. You guys are a racist football team, and I'm done with you. Stop whispering with your blue headphones. Go to the gym and hit the treadmill, bitch.
It's not even fun. Now that's not even fun. Now I don't. You know what I mean? Like that's how.
No, I'm just not a fan of Redskins fans, bro.
No, it's fine. But personal attacks don't go. We're more educated. It's what makes us look bad. It's what makes us look bad. You're sipping too much.
All right, never mind. He's a great kid, very smart individual. Like to hear him talk. Wish he didn't whisper everything he said. And you know what I mean. But other than that, you know what? Your team's trash. Bring Joe Gibbs back or something, bro. I'm not worried about Haskins or whatever the fuck they got going over there, bro. I'm more worried about Daniel Jones running all over the place with Saquon Barkley. Like that team could be beast. I'm afraid of that. I'm not afraid of the Cowboys or the fucking Washington football team.
Well, I'm personally afraid of everybody. So I'm afraid.
I mean, we're so trash right now. The Redskins look good. The whole division is trash right now. But at key points, they don't have a real team.
No, I mean, listen, they have a real team. I mean, they're better than we are right now. I mean,
we beat them.
Who? Washington?
Oh no, we lost to Washington. Yeah, all right, yeah.
Yeah, everybody's better than us. Everybody is better than us.
All right.
I mean, the Cowboys actually have more talent than us. They're just a dumpster fire like always, but they have more talent. Everybody in the division has more talent than us, and looks like their future is brighter than us right now. Every team.
I don't see that. I don't see that.
You don't see that every team's future looks a little bit brighter than ours right now?
Not if we give Jalen the chance, bro. Like you guys, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You guys all have you guys are all Wentz guys and like
It's not about being a Wentz guy.
And da-da-da. Like I love Wentz. When I saw him throw his first pass, blah blah blah. But you know what? He's not throwing his first pass anymore. He's throwing his pass now. And the guy was dope when he was a virgin. Then he got married and busted his nut, and now he can't throw football anymore. And that's how I feel.
And it's zero to probably do with it. Bryce Zilch, I would say 0% on that has anything to do with it. What I'm going to tell you is I was just telling you I waited since 5 for another franchise quarterback. So that preseason I was excited about. Like, why should we not? I'm not. This is what everybody mistakes me for, because I protect him at times because of organizational flaws, right? Because I protect him at times because of organizational bullshit. That I'm a Carson apologist or lover, which is not the case. I just can tell you for a fact, right this minute, that Jalen Hurts in no way, shape, or form is better right this minute. No way.
You don't know that. You don't know that to be fact.
I do know that. I do know that for
fact.
You
haven't seen him. Let him run a whole series. He throws a fucking dart on the screen pass.
I watched him not be able to read RPOs.
Let the kid.
I watched him.
Like Ryan said, I like Ryan.
He can't even read RPOs. He can't even read RPOs. Now we're trusting him to read defenses.
He's not. You're trying to treat the kid like he's Tim Tebow.
Well, right now, he's a gadget. He's not a gadget in college. Somebody tell me he wasn't a gadget in college because he ran around.
He went other places. He still won in different systems. I think the kid is a winner. I want to see what he's got. You know what I mean? Just fucking put the kid in there. Throw him to the fire. You guys are all talking about what can we do? We're not going to win this year. You know what I mean? Let's at least just see what he's got. And then we can maybe trade Wentz, which I think, like you guys are talking about Ertz. Trading Ertz was too late, or trading Fletch is too late, or trade. You know what I mean? Now it's time to trade Wentz right now, while he's still.
You can't do it though. You're not taking a $32 million cap hit that it's going to hit you with dead money. Yeah. So that's why I keep trying to tell people.
You just remind me of my brother. I can't talk to you. My brother's the same way. He's all about Carson. Fuck that, bro. Fuck Carson.
I'm not all about Carson. I'm just factual with it. That he's going to be my quarterback. I don't give a shit if he's a bluehead.
He has no soul.
I care if he can play or not. That's all I care about. And at the end of the day, I know he's going to be my quarterback next year. So I got to hope. Hope that he can figure it out. I got to hope for it. Because if not,
in all honesty, I can agree with you on a real tip. Like, yes, he will be our quarterback this year, and he should be blah blah blah. But I would why can't we give Jalen a chance? Like one game, bro. We're not gonna win. Let's just see what the kid's got. Like, why not?
We talking about benching a guy if he's not performing? That's a different conversation.
That's what I'm talking about. That's actually what I'm saying. It's just like we did with Donovan. You bench him for a minute and you tell him, hey, bro, you're still catching all this money and you're our guy. But if you're not going to play right, we're going to see what Jalen's got.
Listen, I don't think anybody that's done a show on A2D over the past week since we lost last has said that they wanted to sat him down. I mean, I haven't heard many people say that. I think everybody was in agreement like, yo, bro, come have a seat, right? Like, come have a seat. It's okay. Now, you didn't do it, right? So you didn't do it, which means you're not going to do it this week. You're not going to do it. You're not going to bench him before a game now. So now he's going to be your quarterback going into Seattle. If he doesn't play well, sit him down. If he does, then we got to relax and then say,
I'd love to see him play well. I would love to see it. I love the guy. You know, AO1, whatever, bro. He in a way, he does remind me of. I brought up Tebow before. He reminds me of Tebow in a way. He loves God, and God's on his side, bro. God is on this guy's side, which I can't hate on. I like to see that. You know what I mean? When it comes down to it, God's on this guy's side. But he's just almost too bland. Like, my problem with him is, like, if you watch that show, I think it was on Showtime or something. It was, like, behind the scenes with the Eagles. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Carson Wentz didn't seem like he, like, got along with the team. He's a big nerd. And, like, no one can homie up with this guy. Like, he doesn't click with an NFL squad.
That's horseshit. I don't care. Aaron Rodgers is the biggest dickhead in the world.
Listen what the Eagles
No,
are
no,
saying.
no, I can't, because I gotta end stuff when it goes too far. When we assume we're making assumptions that guys don't. It's assumptions. I can't do that. I'm not in the business of making assumptions. The guys, he's a nerd, or he's not the coolest guy. None of that shit matters, though. Yeah, but you play sports. You know, if the dude next to you can flat out play, you don't give a shit if you got to hang. You don't care.
I know that, but you do care. If you're not like, I feel like no. The reason I think they care, the reason I think as an athlete and playing with
fucking other guys to be friends with. You got 60 other guys.
Jalen has guys on the team who think he should be the guy.
I don't give a shit what idiots say who haven't played well enough anyway. Okay, so whoever said that, I need to know who said it then, because I want to roll you the fuck out of town. I want to drive you to the nearest bridge and throw you. If you're talking about your quarterback, you should start Jalen Hurts when you've stuck. Right, because we know Brandon Graham didn't say it, and Darius Slay didn't say it. They're the only two, and we know Jason
Graham's the only guy I care about.
Jason Kelsey didn't say it. So we know 3 guys who didn't say it who played the best football for us this year. So whoever said it's an idiot.
Either way, bro, you guys all say we're not getting to 5 wins, right? You guys all say we're not getting to 5 wins. I say we're getting to 5 wins. You know why? Because I'm from Philly, fucking Philly. Okay? They don't like us. I don't care.
Doing the song now. We're doing the song.
That's what we're doing.
We're from Philly, fucking Philly. No one likes us. We don't care.
All right, brother. Well, we're wrapping this,
bro. So. Yo, love the show. Love you, big dog. Yo, kid smart. Ryan, I like to hear you talk, even though I disagree with you. Big dog in the bottom corner. Haven't heard enough from you. Don't really know.
Yeah, you're the man.
Yeah, you guys are done. And yo, cheers. Honestly, if you guys got a glass.
Yeah, I have an empty water bottle.
This is the show. You guys need to take over the pregame show.
We're here. You know.
Fuck that blonde-haired bitch.
Later, brother. That was Jay. Listen, we appreciate all you guys coming in. It was a ton of fun. Something a little different. Something we didn't do. Something we want to open up, for the people, every Friday moving forward. So we want to have some fun with you guys. Come on. I don't give a rat's ass what you say. So, I mean, you can be an animal like Jay and be on attack mode. I want you to leave it out. Leave it all out here. Leave it all out here. So just don't, Jay, I love him, but he's personal shy. He's doing it with the Rob. He likes the little jabs. Leave it out. He's just having fun, but leave the personal jabs out. But listen, it was a good time and a cool little way we put this together. So, we'll continue to get better at it for the people out there too, and we'll get better. We'll get better doing it too. So, I mean, this was our first time trying this out with the people. So we want to give you time to talk and sort of let you air your grievances out. We're just sitting here on the couch listening to you. And if I got to come in hot like I did with Jay for a little bit to cool him down, you know what I mean? The reel him back in, we'll do it. Rob Brinks didn't have the cojones to pull it off initially. So Tom had to do it. I'm just kidding. But what's the Lord saying? Lord's telling Yusuf, you might now root for my squad. I still got respect for you though. Class act. Yusuf's a class act. Always has been. Prism, thanks, brother. Gavin's still chiming in with us. So we never, and we can do this right now and then get the hell out of here. But we never gave her score predictions. I mean, I'm fine. So, I didn't, it's 3 hours and 23 minutes, but we really didn't, for an hour, I didn't have to say much. Right. Great. It was great. I didn't know what to do with my hands. Like, listen, I was so.
I was sitting back. I was just like, all right.
Yeah, just chilling.
It's good. I like this.
Yeah, Jay said, love you guys. Yusuf, he said, Yusuf, you beat. It was a lot of fun, guys.
A lot of fun.
But we want to give you some score predictions. We want you guys, too, that are still listening to us out there. Give us your score prediction for Monday night's game. Offensive defensive player of the game. Chance to win $100 free A2D merch from us. And give us your – I think we already did this on Wednesday, so I don't want to do that again. Best, worst case scenarios. We just did that. Just give me your best case scenario. All right, because I know probably people that are listening that haven't had a chance to throw that one out there.
Can I add a little layer to it too, Tom?
And whatever the fuck you want.
One bold prediction for the game.
One bold.
I'm just trying out a different layer because I know we haven't done that yet. Maybe
Okay.
maybe it'll get us a win. I don't know.
Yep, I'm right with you. Anything that get us a win, I'm completely on board with. I got to piss like a son of a bitch. I don't know how I'm still holding it.
I got you.
That's why I left earlier.
I figured that's why. I mean, I expect I didn't see more black screens throughout the show, to be honest with you. It was a long one, but man, I mean, this is what I tell people all the time, and you know, people get mad at me. I don't own for the fan, by the fan. I don't own freaking for the people. Like, I don't own them phrases. Like, they've been in the English language for a long fucking time. So I don't own the phrases over here at HUD. But this is what it was literally built for. You know, obviously we're all fans, and that's why we're doing it. But it was built to let people come in and get things off their chest, because people need that, man.
Yep.
People need that place to come vent. And then, you know, we always open up to the chat. We always read everybody's comments, but there's something different to be able to see. Like, I wish I would have been able to talk to Marquise more. You know, I wish his internet would have worked, because that's a guy, you know, we talk about, I see all over. I love his opinions. I think he's a smart guy. I would have loved to hear him talk. I heard a couple things. Rome's a guy we see in here, and it was good to see him on. And made a lot of good points. You know, made a lot of good points I couldn't argue with. Who else am I missing?
Don was trying to come in, but he couldn't get his phone to connect.
No.
You know, there's a bunch of guys that were trying.
No, not Rome. Who was the other guy? Who was before Rome? Or after Rome?
Oh, Brandon Flowers?
Yeah, Brandon.
Yeah, I was trying to back on Brandon. What? Jeez, God. Look at me. So late in this show. My bad, Brandon. But again, Brandon can get, you know, a great insight. I want you guys to do this every Friday. You know what I mean? We'll probably shorten it up for you. Probably only give you like 5 minutes instead of this, depending on how many people are coming. Like, if people aren't flying in, then we'll give people longer and hang out with us too. You know what I mean? So we're here to have fun with you guys. You know, it's hard to do it all throughout the week, so we really wanted to open up Fridays. Listen, the Dial does 4-hour shows. I could do fucking 5 without even a commercial break, okay? And I know these guys can come right on with me. So, you know, if it opens up and tons of people are air quote calling in, and the show's a 4-hour show, 4.5, I don't give a rat's ass. I'm here. Or I'm watching TV anyway. I can listen to your guys' dumb comments. Yeah, just kidding. All right. Go. So score prediction, offense, defensive player of the game, and one bold prediction.
Yes.
I like it. Okay.
Jake, start us off.
So, offensive player of the game, I'm going to go with, oh my God, this is so tough. You know what? Screw it. Give me Jalen Reagor as my offensive player of the game against this terrible Seattle defense. Defensive player of the game. Oh, geez. I don't want to say Fletcher Cox because I feel like that's just too easy. Give me TJ Edwards. You know what? Give me TJ Edwards. And my bold prediction, hear me out. Probably right a little before halftime, Wentz is going to continue to struggle. He has a fumble and an interception. Jalen Hurts comes in and balls on Monday Night Football. That's my bold prediction.
Balls how? Touchdown wise?
2 TDs, 250.
Well, that throws my ball prediction out the window. Mine was I thought I was going to be like the crazy one. I was like, Jalen Hurts will have a touchdown. Now I got to
here's
that out the window.
Here's why I say this, because I feel like all the pieces kind of just fall together, right? It's Monday Night Football. Wentz is still struggling. Puts Wentz even in a bigger microscope on national television. If Wentz still struggles, Wentz gets benched theoretically, and then Hurts just balls out. Then what's the story around the country then? You know what I'm saying? So
ball out and then they win too.
Yes.
Oh my God.
I mean, you know what? Part of me doesn't want that to happen, but I actually would like that to happen because this would be the craziest this city. I feel like the city would get even more crazy than in 2018 when not 2017, 2018 when Nick Foles stepped in for the second time on prime time against the Rams and they beat that. So where it was like the resurgence of Foles 2.0.
So this is over though. You know what I mean? Like then it's over. Like,
then it's legitimately over. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Then it's done. Then it's all.
All right, so I'll go. I'll start with my bold prediction, actually. And I'm going to say even because I'm predicting the Eagles to lose. Oh, wait, Jake, you gave a score prediction, right, Jake?
No.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do I have to do it in lieu with my bold prediction, or I can just be...
Jake, you can do whatever you want. I won't get mad at you.
Fine. I won't do it related to my bold prediction. So, obviously, if Wentz plays the whole game, then... And they still play how I think a lot of us think they're going to play. I think it's going to be a blowout. I'm going to say 27-10. That's what I'm saying. 27-10.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll go. I'll give the score prediction first. I'm going to go with a final score of 30-17. Seahawks, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But my bold prediction is I'm going to say, and I think this is going to be even more infuriating for us. Even in a loss, I say the Seahawks will have more turnovers than the Eagles. Just to make it even worse. Like, we won the turnover battle, but we still lost by double digits.
Mm-hmm.
My offensive player of the game. See, I got to go offensive, defensive player of the game for the Seahawks, just because, they're winning the game. Well, I have to go with DK Metcalf because, of course, he would have 2, maybe 3 touchdowns in this game because, of course, he would. And then I'll go with the defensive player who was awesome against Kyler Murray. He shut him down. He had like a resurgence. Why am I blanking on his name? I know one of the fan will get me on that. Will tell me. But honestly, I honestly think we're going to be fine with the turnover battle. I just don't think we're going to be able to get anything going on offense. Okay. I really don't. And the only chance in hell, and I think it's like a 1% thing, is that, because I know Doug was saying earlier this week that Zach Ertz could play on Monday, even though it's not likely.
Mm-hmm.
Say Zach Ertz comes in, he gets 2 touchdowns, maybe, but I'm not doing that. No. I'm not going there. Let's see here. Jesse. Oh, Carlos Dunlap. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you. Don. Appreciate you. Don also says, hold on. In order to win the $100, do we have to pick the Eagles offensive player and defensive player? No, well, I mean, you can, but it would basically, that's the tiebreaker to where
it's just the score.
If you and Bill Middlebrook both got it, the score prediction corrects, whoever had the offense defensive player. So no, the answer is no, because the likelihood of 2 people getting it right, no, but give it to us anyway. You won't get mad at you. Jesse Davis says 34-17 Seahawks. Metcalf, 2 touchdowns, 100+ yards.
Probably.
Defensive player of the game is Dunlap with 2 sacks and 4 tackles. So I completely agree with you, Jesse. Yep. The only difference between you and me is you have 4 more points than I do for the Seahawks. Red Dragon. He says, my bold prediction, Carson has his best game, 21-34 Seahawks. Wait, so he has his best game, but we still lose? That's infuriating.
Yeah, that is infuriating.
Wait, how does he have... I mean, I know he's played really bad, but would his best game of the year only get us 21 points?
I mean, it's not like our defense is stopping anybody with 34 points.
No, I'm not even questioning I'm not questioning the 34. I'm questioning the 21. Okay. Like, oh my God, we're saying that's his best performance so far, and we only got 21?
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, with how bad this offense has been, you're probably not too far off, to be honest.
Yeah.
Marquis says Seahawks 31-17. Don says 35-10. Seahawks offensive player of the game is Tyler Lockett.
Okay.
I always forget about him. So because Slay's probably going to be on Metcalf, you would think, right?
You would, in a perfect world, yes. You would think so.
Lockett might have 5 touchdowns.
Probably.
Second cornerback position. Yeah, that's not going to be fun. Let's see. Jesse Davis says his best case scenario is 30-21 Eagles, but I'm calling it 34-17. Gotcha.
Wow.
Prism, 37-24 Seahawks. Wilson, 2 throwing touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown. Dunlap, 1 sack and then for the fumble.
Okay.
I like this, Don. This will be refreshing because he hasn't even had 1 so far. Correct? I don't think so. I don't unless he had 1 in garbage time. I don't think he has any so far. He says 2 picks for Darius Slay. JP saying, yeah, Carson's best game, but we lose. Just to add, fuel to the fire, of course. There was a comment earlier. Yusuf saying, great show, gentlemen. Always a pleasure. Keep doing what you're doing because A2D is going to be big. Appreciate you, Yusuf. Appreciate you. John Lynch saying, good show, guys. Jesse Davis saying, Jalen Hurts equals Tim Tebow. All right, well, so because I did this on Wednesday, Jake, so I'll let you go first. What's your best case scenario for the Eagles?
Best case scenario, Wentz plays his best game, doesn't turn the football over, has a clean game. Defense plays well. Obviously, Seattle's going to score, but the defense plays well enough to where we can prevent them at least from scoring and somehow hold DK Metcalf. I don't know how, but in a perfect world, that's best case scenario. And Doug calls a good game, so all those things just going together.
I want to, like on Wednesday, I was saying, I had a weird feeling that we would win, not a feeling of like a feeling that makes sense because who would I be if I'm like, hey, I think we're going to win by a point? Like, I feel like I'd be an idiot by even saying that, but just like Tom was saying earlier, like we've been saying, just the way the city, we know how the city ebbs and flows to where when we're in a full panic mode, when we've got people saying, hey, I would trade Carson Wentz for Gardner Minshew in a sixth. Like when we go so far to the one side, an event like a crazy win on Monday Night Football against a team we haven't beaten, it seems like in 50 years.
Something like that, yeah.
It would move the needle over, right? So that's why like part of me is like, would this be the week that we steal one and then very next week it goes back to us losing by 30 points? Like, yeah, that would make sense because it's 2020 and it's the Philadelphia Eagles and this is what happens. But like, I want to like say that and then have like 5 reasons in the back of my head to be like, so here's my bold prediction and here's why. And I would have had to have led with Russell Wilson is going to have an awful game and it's going to be kind of like I actually find myself a lot. I don't know why. It just sticks in my head this game. The Patriots game, final year, I believe was it the final year of Chip Kelly or his second year?
Oh, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
We stole it. Like we stole the game in New England. Yeah. And kind of the same morale to where, granted that team was way different and way more flawed or way as flawed, I should say. But it was like Brady had an awful game. We had a bunch of turnovers that went the other way. We had a punt return for Darren Sproles. Like things just happened in that game that just wasn't normal. But I say like, okay, well, maybe Russell has a bad game. Even in his bad games, he still wins.
Right.
I feel like his bad games are games where he has to have a final drive and then he comes down the field and he scores. Like that, he's not going to have a game where he's just going to, burst into flames and have 4 interceptions and no touchdowns. Like that's just not him. Right. Especially against this Philadelphia Eagles team that can't force turnovers, can't catch an interception for the life of them, and can't stop the run. Now, I know it helps the Eagles a little bit because, the Seahawks are banged up rushing wise. Carson, they've been banged up all over the place. But then I still go to, okay, well, maybe we can defend the run a little bit better. Okay, but then I just look at that black hole of a secondary position on our number 2 cornerback, and Jalen Mills just literally just standing there not doing anything. I'm like, okay, well, it's like I have one counter to say, oh, maybe the Eagles could steal it, but then I have 5 reasons why we shouldn't even be close in the game.
Exactly.
So that's welcome to my life, fam. That's why we're right now, and that's why we talk Sixers on Wednesday. That's why.
Yep.
All right, before I fall asleep.
Right.
There's no way, shape, and form like how I could see them winning. There's ways, but just the way they played, I would say as a whole here throughout this. Yeah, at one point, one might be going okay, but the other's a disaster. So you might get one side of the ball playing up to snuff, and the other side's not playing good enough. And that's just been the season, right? Even in our 3 wins, it's been part of the season. The inconsistency. This is a good football team we're going up against, but they got flaws. Flaws. Their quarterback's special. Their offense is good. Their defense has, two Pro Bowlers and some good players. They're flawed in their secondary outside of Jamal Adams a little bit. Shaquille Griffin. There's Shaquille. There's two of them.
Shaquem and Shaquille.
Shaquem and Shaquille. Yep.
Yeah. So which one's the corner? Shaquem?
No, I think Shaquem was. I think he was the one with the arm.
Yeah, he's the one with the hand. Yeah.
Shaquille's still there. Shaquem, I believe, is on the practice squad of another team.
Good. It's just Shaquille. I was right. Okay, so Shaquille Griffin. He's good. He's a good player. But I mean, they're flawed back there a little bit. Jamal Adams midseason trade. They're good. They're good on defense. They're not as good as they were. Just because they're good because they have they have a Bobby Wagner, they have a Jamal Adams, right? They have some of the names, but they can be beat. But our offense also doesn't move the ball well. We've noted.
No.
So to think we're going to all of a sudden start lighting lamps against them, I don't see it. So I was leaning like 28-17, somewhere around there, Seattle.
Okay.
And my best case scenario would be, Carson plays his best game of the year, and we play our best game of the year, right? On all facets. Special teams, defense, offense. We block things up front well. We give time. Guys get open. Guys make plays in space. Miles Sanders holds on to the football. We don't turn the football over. I mean, if them things go, if we don't turn the football over, we should be in this game. That's how the NFL works. If we're not turning the football over, I don't think they're putting 50 up here against us. I just don't see it, right? So if we don't turn the football over, we're going to be in this game, in my opinion. And that's where I would get a 28-17 loss because late, it gets away from you, right? Late, it gets away from you. It's close. So I still think they can make it close because I still think they're going to play offensively a clean game. I just got a weird feeling. And I got a weird feeling that they could win this game too because it's all set up against them. Like, I was saying, I think when I was listening, when I ran inside, like, the game is set up totally against them. So that's a game where they would usually win in the past. Now, this team doesn't look like that resilient team right now at all. So, but again, I came in a couple weeks ago saying I wasn't scared of Seattle, and I thought we were due to beat them, but then we also went out and lost 2 in a row since then. So a lot's changed. Offensive player of the game, to me, I don't know if anybody said Tyler Lockett, but I mean, I was just assuming he would have a monster game against Devontae Adams. Devontae Maddox.
Yep. That's a good one.
Defensively, I mean, I would have to assume that Bobby Wagner has 20 freaking tackles and a forced fumble and maybe even an interception. Like then it would be ugly, But again, I continue to circle back to it. This football team's sort of been in every game, even though they played like shit. Like, it makes sense. Like, it's weird. It's weird to say that. Like, they've been in almost every game, even though they played like shit this year. Right? Like, nobody's, like, blown the doors off of us.
No, we haven't had one of those Saints 2018 games where it was like 40-0 by the second quarter.
Could be this week.
Maybe. I think we'll be seeing a lot of that over the next 4 weeks. I think every game could end up being that. But to your point, Tom, we haven't seen that yet. Like the games that we thought, hey, this is going to be done within the first quarter, a la what we thought the Steelers or the Ravens games were. Those are games we actually played our best football, ironically.
Yep.
No, you're right. And Todd, we don't know yet about Earth. Still up in the air, brother. Still up in the air. Marquise. But the Eagles' bad offense is going to damn sure make Seattle 2020 defense look like they're old. Yeah, I can see that too. I can see that too. I don't know what gets cleaned up in a week, right?
There's just so many things that need to be cleaned up. And like I said, Tom, do you honestly picture Russell Wilson having a bad game? Because even in his bad games, he still wins the football games. You know what I'm saying? Like he's just not somebody that's just going to lay an egg and throw 0 touchdowns and 4 interceptions. I almost feel like we need that.
Yeah, I don't know if we need it that far off, right? Because I don't think it's that much of a difference because we played everybody tough. So I wouldn't say he has to have like that kind of game.
Okay.
But I mean, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. That's a game I should be in with a chance to win. So
only holding him to 2 touchdowns, yeah, because that means your secondary's doing good. That means you're holding DK. You know what I'm saying? And their run game's nothing crazy because they're not fully healthy.
I like some guys back there. I mean, they run hard. Carlos Hyde runs hard. They got some guys who will run hard, right? Chris Carson's healthy still, right? Or is he banged up? But
he's been in and out of the lineup.
He's been off and on, yeah.
They always run well because they have Russell Wilson at quarterback, so it always helps their run game out.
They have the best. They do have the best name in football too. I remember when you guys were saying it on your Sunday show, DJ Dallas.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
DJ Dallas, the second that his parents named him, he was going to be a player.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? Or get to the leg, which just means you're a player. You're right. You just get to the leg, you're on a roster. You can play. But the fact of the matter is 2 touchdowns or just 2 turnovers from their defense. Period. Like if you over Russell Wilson to 2 touchdowns and you get two turnovers defensively, we shouldn't be in that game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, last year, Jesse's saying 17-9. Again, we were right in. We're not saying we're better than last year, but we thought we were going to be.
Well, at least we have our quarterback right now. I mean, I don't know how good I don't know how important that is, but I would hope that he's going to be he's going to play somewhat better than McCown with one knee because you know what I'm saying. We didn't even get full McCown last year. We got McCown on one leg, and he was coming down the field and he almost scored the touchdown.
Yep.
Everything was up against us.
I have real quick before we head off. I have a sweeps. I have a prediction from the sweeps line. He says Russell Wilson is fantastic, but he's been struggling the last few weeks. So if you're going to get him and the Hawks, now's the time. Problem is he is a primetime player and it's Monday night. He's going to – oh, wow, sweeps. He goes 24-23 birds. They shock the world. They pick off Russell Wilson on the final drive.
Wow.
Well, I mean, I could see some Philly fans running down Broad.
Yeah.
After that one. But, I mean, I'm all for it, and I can see it. Like, I can see it.
I'm going to be acting like Yusuf next week. I'm going to be like, we're playing Green Bay, we're winning. You know what I'm saying?
Don't start me, right?
We're beating everybody.
You don't got to talk me into a good time. You know what I mean? This week, they're beating Green Bay. All right? I'll put that on the table right now, though. If they win this week, then I think they can go to Green Bay and win. Because now you beat somebody. You beat somebody that nobody thought you could beat. So in a shit division, I gotta assume that you played everybody tough. You beat a tough team in Seattle. I mean, I would assume that now you're a tough team. You're tougher than we think. Maybe you are tougher than we think. Maybe you just stayed in it. You stayed in it. Shit division or not. You know what I mean? Shit division or not. Nobody's gonna win a playoff game. But fuck, I'll take knowing week 17 matters at this point. God, no matter how bad it is.
I just don't want to see at any time soon. I don't want to see what the Jets fans saw, 5 days ago, where it says team officially eliminated from playoff contention. I don't want to see that until the season's over. That's all I ask. Listen, if we don't win it's okay. You know what I mean? I'm not. It's not okay, but I'm okay. I've had closure. I just don't want to see that headline: Eagles eliminated from playoff contention. That's all I ask.
Yeah, and I don't know what I want, right? Because I want people out.
Yeah.
I want certain things out. I want certain things changed. It's okay. I'm not saying Doug per se. I'm not saying Howie needs to fully go. But you got to make changes. You got to bring guys around these guys in to help them. So I mean, even changes like that would mean something to me if they don't want to fire people, right? Because I get firing people. Sometimes it's hard for guys. I get it. I got no problem canning people if they're not doing a good enough job. But, we shall see. So, I don't know. I don't know what I want. I don't know if I want them to continue just to lose games and call what it is. And I'm never a draft guy, but, but then if that's the case, and then Carson and his offense and nothing's got better. So then I'm extremely concerned about our future even more.
I'll ask you this, Tom, because I'm right there with you. The reason why I'd be accepting of us not winning a division, it's because of what I saw happen to the Sixers organization the last 6 months. To where we were saying, and we knew even at the beginning of the bubbles, we knew before the hiatus, we were like, okay, this team's really flawed. There's injuries, nothing's happening. But we were talking about, Tom, every Wednesday, we were saying if we get in, let's see what happens, right? We're healthy. With how chaotic and how crazy it got and how bad it got so soon for the Sixers, you know what it did? It caused them to make drastic moves, and we're so happy they did that. We're saying that maybe the way this season ended for the Sixers it was a blessing in disguise, right? Because it caused urgency in an organization to go out and get guys like Morey and Doc Rivers. I would just have to think that if things continue to tread as we go, and we only win one, maybe two more games, we don't make the playoffs, moves are coming, whether that's reassigning certain people or just getting them out of the city. There's no excuse then, because you're letting a 5-6 win football team and either the Giants or the football team win the division.
No, there has to be accountability for that. From players on this roster to the staff to up top, right? I mean, accountability has to fall on everybody, right? So that means I'm getting rid of players. That means I might be getting rid of some coaches. That means I might be getting rid of my general manager. I don't know. I don't know if or I'm getting rid of the major, headline news are coming in some fashion. I agree with that. Now, what I will say about it is our organization wouldn't look good. We wouldn't feel good about it at that point because there'd be a lot of unknowns, right? Depending on who them people are that come in. But what I will tell you is you don't know how good them people are until you bring somebody in.
Right.
Yep.
So you don't know. But the other thing is I don't think a top 10 pick changes the direction of this organization that drastically, because I don't believe as structured they would necessarily hit it. All right. And I need star caliber players now. Like I need you for stars. And what I mean by stars is not the best players at their position, maybe. I need Pro Bowlers, like all pro teams. Not Pro Bowlers, because that means shit. All pro guys. Right? I need some first team all pro guys up in here. Right? Or worse, second team. Right? I need those types of players now. There's no misses anymore in the first and second round. Every player in the first, second round for this organization over the next 2 years needs to be hit.
You just gave me a really good idea for next Wednesday. Or no, I'm sorry, next Friday. Wednesday, is a different story. Friday. It's kind of a reassessment, and because you talked about how we haven't been able to get youth difference makers in the draft for a long time. You know what I'm saying? I almost feel like we gotta, especially if we're coming off of a loss. If we're coming off a win, then whatever, we'll reassess it. But if we're coming off of a loss, I feel like we need to flip the mirror and almost look in and really dive deep into who are the young players, who is the young core. Like maybe, because I know we did this on Tuesdays, a couple of years ago. Like maybe like a top 5 under 25 or something. You know what I'm saying? Like really, we got to.
For the Eagles?
Yeah, and then we can.
It's almost comical. Like it's
exactly.
like I should be able to be like, right? At least like I should be able like that quick. I got to be like under 25. Okay, who the fuck are that?
We do that. I think this could be a good egg because I think especially with all the fan bases who watch us, we do ours, and then we're like, okay, hold our beer. We'll do Washington football teams, their top 5 under 25, Dallas and Giants. And then that, because Tom, like we've talked about.
Nobody on defense, by the way.
There's no one on defense. That's the problem.
And if people tell me Kevon Wallace, I'm going to lose my shit.
No.
Yeah, I can't watch guys. When guys run past guys on special teams and you don't make the tackle, I'm like, where are you going? I'm not against the kid or never say he could play or any of that. But like, they think he's going to be a star. I don't know. I mean, I would hope. Listen, can he be a really good player for us? I hope so. Like, I mean, I hope we got to hit on some of these guys. We need impact guys. Maybe next year he becomes an impact guy for us. Hopefully, and takes Jalen Mills' spot, right, and becomes an impactful guy of some sort. But I mean, I don't know who it is. Offensively, you can say maybe Miles.
There's only one guy on defense, and I'll just save it for next Friday. There's only one guy.
We'll leave on that note then.
Yeah.
We'll wrap up on that note.
Tom's trying to think of who I'm talking about. I know it is.
How old Josh Sweat?
I hope he's under 25 because that was the one.
I was circling.
That's the only one. That's the only one.
That's the only guy who's shown an impact, right? To your point, and that's bad. Fuck us. Oh my God.
Join us next week for the pain, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to be talking how bad our young guys are and how great everybody else is. Because
I'm such a believer though. Like vets win, and that makes it even worse, right? Yeah. That makes it even worse that we are the veteran team and we're brutal. We're brutal.
We're actually, our payroll is actually being used. We can actually pay guys, and we're worse.
We could have got the best corner in football. We said no.
Could have got the best receiver in football. We said no.
All under 25 guys. But we settled to pay Darius Slay, a guy who's over 30.
And doesn't have any interceptions. He's had 1 year where he's had more than 2 interceptions.
It gives
that was like 6 years ago.
Gives me a headache because Jalen Ramsey, you can think whatever you want about him. He's a baller.
He's a player.
And he's a corner who's so impactful. It's mind-boggling. Like, you know, you can say there's a lot of flaws on the Rams defense that Ramsey and freaking Donald make up for big time. Big time. And they're not the perfect defense, and I'm not saying he never gets beat and all the other stuff. I'm just saying that the things I could have had if I was willing to be really aggressive. Really aggressive. And that might have been moving on from a guy like Zach Ertz, right? That might have been moving on. And you know what I mean? I'm not signing Javon Hargrave, right? You know what I mean? I'm not doing some of them other deals because I can't, right? Because I got to pay this guy, right? I mean, that might be, okay, maybe I do sign Javon Hargrave, but I trade Fletcher Cox, right? But you know what I mean? To get rid of money. But regardless, there's not enough on this roster, and we're going to end the show that there may not even be 5 guys. And the 5th guy could be the biggest reach of all time. Like, we could be talking rugby guys.
Yep.
And I think he can play. Like, I think he can play, but we might be talking rugby guys.
I was going to say, he's like my top 3. He's like top 3.
Yeah, he's right up there for me.
Holy shit, somebody punched me in the face. You know what I mean? Like, oh my God, what happened here? I mean, you want to talk about, Jesus, God.
The punter might be one. The punter might be one.
Can I tell you what makes this worse? This like Howie Roseman probably jerks off to this at night, like knowing the rugby guys in somebody's top 3. You know what I mean? Or our fan base top 3 because there's nobody else. Probably like, look at me. I told you. I seen his footwork running the football and rugby. I can't. Freaking hate him. Not Moata. I love Moata because I think that he works hard, and you had to work hard to get to this point, right? For a guy who never played the sport. You know what I mean? Like, for a guy who never played the sport, you had to work your tail off to become a guy who could hold up in this league, first off, right? Like, hold up. And I think he's done a good job of that. So I like what I've seen. You know? Andre Dillard probably has to be on that list. I don't even know we haven't seen him. He probably has to be on that list. The create top 5. Who? Goddard, right? I mean, we're going to end it. But, you know, it'd be a lot more fun if we had a lot more names.
Yeah.
So, good times. Now I almost want to lose out for like a Micah Parsons.
We'll probably screw that up too.
Oh, come here and get hurt.
Or something. Or we just won't draft him.
We'll pass on him for another quarterback.
Yep. Yeah, stop. You get out of my head. I just said we would draft Fields. And I smoked them.
I'll take him.
I freaking smoked them. Just because I'm in break. What does Iowa State matter? Because nobody comes out there and can play quarterback. I don't know what to tell anybody. Like, everybody comes out of there can't play quarterback. So
no, we won't take Fields. We'll end up reaching on the friggin' we'll take the quarterback from Washington State.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Oh, I don't. You know why I say that? Because we take everyone from Washington State. I don't even know who he is.
We're fans of the Pac-12.
That's also true.
Yep. We're fans of the soft We're fans of the soft conferences, not the SEC. Like, if Jalen Hurts would have stayed in the SEC, Howie wouldn't have taken him. You know what I mean? So it all like started with the leave of Alabama, and he went to Oklahoma, and he's like, "Ooh, who's this guy?"
Yeah.
Yeah, freaking crumb. Love everybody tonight. We appreciate you guys all chiming in. I know Jay was hammered, which is a great time. And
Jay was everything.
Yeah. Everything. Yeah. Rome
was great.
Yeah, Rome was great, and he also let us know early on. Listen, guys, I'm high. So I mean, he just confirmed it early, stamped it, and let us know. And it's the original point of the Derrick Rose made sense, and still does a little bit. But the more I thought about it, the more I want to rebuttal that back a little bit and say, well, he's only had that injury once to his leg.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, I freaking watched Sean Livingston tear his knee up 42 times and still play at a high level in the NBA. So, I mean, like, to me, I can't make any more excuses.
Mm-hmm.
Your body's been overall healthy for the last 2 years, regardless that you're taking 10 million shots. So, yeah, Ramsey from FSU, Marquise. Yep. Ted later, brother. Yusuf, Don, Todd, Prism. Reagan, who am I missing? Anybody reading off here? Like we said, Rome, Sariq in the house. I just seen you, brother. Kid Savage. Slay's good. I wouldn't call him a stud.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is he a top 10 corner in the league? He's top 5? Forget 10. He's probably 10. He's probably in the top 10.
Slay?
Yeah. He's top 5? No.
No. He doesn't get enough interceptions. No. He's a cover guy.
He's good.
Yeah, I mean, but he's not. The only way a cover guy is going to be top 5 is if he's the best cover guy, and he's not the best cover guy.
He's not.
Mm-hmm.
All right, boys. Bill, I see you, Bill Middlebrook. So all you guys that chimed in, I know there's a lot more names. Ewing, later, brother. Listen, every Friday night is what we're going to do. We're opening up to the people to be able to come on here and jump on with us and have a good time. So listen, couple things. And this Black Friday sale is going to be going on for a little bit, but 25% off everything over Philly Drinkers, not only for their site, but for our link over there as well. So 25% off phillydrinkers.com/collections/A2D. You can just look at it. It's right there. All that. Copy paste. It's right on the screen. Copy paste it, but it gets you 25% off. If you just go to phillydrinkers.com and look for the A2D radio part of the store on there, you'll find all our stuff. So there you go. 25% off everything at phillydrinkers.com. So go find the A2D store. We got tons and tons of shit over there. Like too much. I was looking through again today. And Alex over at Philly Drinkers just keeps updating. And then we got another fun one for you. And this 15% isn't going anywhere anytime soon. AllCampusOC.com. Use discount code A2D, 15% off for all your hats. So all your team hats got a ton of them over at AllCampusOC.com. Use promo code A2D, 15% off. Listen, we love all our sponsors. You know who they are. They're always on the screen. Our doc, Ambuck Services, All Campus, Philly Drinkers. Keep clicking. We love you guys. And listen, Tyreek, stay safe, brother. Everybody stay safe out there, man. You can think whatever you want, but shit's getting bad out there again. So, praying for everybody to just be safe, and we get through. We get through all this craziness. Jesse, see you. He loves his Pac-12 crumbs. Yeah, he does. JP says he wants an HUD Doug visor with a wig. We'll work on that one, brother.
Right.
We're also going to work on some sleep. So we out. We love y'all. Stay tuned tomorrow morning. Kicking it stateside
in like 3 hours.
Yeah,
right.
You'll have the weekly roundup in the afternoon. I don't know what time they're doing tomorrow. They're going 4 or 5. I'm not sure. Can't keep up with Zach. And is Andy on tomorrow night at 10?
Yes, I believe.
I think so. Yeah.
And we got Kep's Corner at 7 for Madden Simulation and Eagles Seahawks. Well, it's been right twice in a row now. So, no. Who did we beat? We might have won the week before, and then we lost. Yeah, so last week came to fruition. So we'll see how this one goes. But there you go.
4 hours.
Sunday. We out. 4 hours.